What's up, guys? We got a full panel here with us tonight. Quite a breaking news last night. I just uploaded the video, the summary of what's going on. I don't know how true any of it is or anything, but we're here to discuss it, and let's see what the panel thinks. Hello, OC, Jonathan, Rolex, Cars and Codo, and Teen Tickers. Guys. So let me just lay down the summary. Let me just summarize what. Now, all of this is according to the Timepiece Gentleman Instagram account, right? We did some searching on Google, and there don't seem to be any information of this yet. But apparently, Marco of the Timepiece Gentleman has been in LA meeting with another dealer, and about $1.1 million worth of their stock was stolen. Man, I don't want to say I told you so, because I did not say I told you so. Archie did. He was, going on and on about the security and how, if something like this were to happen, how devastating it would have been to their business. Now, I don't know if insurance is going to cover any of this. Apparently, some people say, well, because they took it out of their store, there's no insurance. They're not going to do it. And even if they do, they're probably their rates are going to go through the roof. It's a PR and just a total disaster, or another prank on the poor YouTubers. Guys,
I mean, you think I don't know. People talk about PRs, and I know TPG doesn't have a great track record, but you got to expect there's going to be a lot of eyes on it, particularly with the authorities. It would be such a dumbass move for him to do this. But, irrespective, let's just say even if it is, the reality is this is an issue beyond TPG. This shit's going on almost like you see articles, at least out here in LA, every couple of days, folks following you home. Yeah. People getting jacked on the street. So irrespective of TPG, I mean, TPG, okay, that's a topic right now, but this is like turned into a major serious issue where, and the thing is, they're not really getting caught. Occasionally somebody gets busted, but I mean, it's like the tempo is going to continue to increase, and the other thing is, these aren't like, I don't know if you read my chat, but I was talking to one of my LAPD buddies. There are professional gangs now that focus on just stealing watches. Like 24/7, targeting folks. They'll find them online. They'll scout out. They'll actually camp out in front of your house just to see your routine, and then they'll walk up when you least expect it late at night, and they'll just jack you. Right?
Wow!
I mean, it's so lucrative.
Wow!
It's super lucrative, right? I mean, there was a couple of weeks ago where this guy who was driving a Bentley SUV, and that's how they identified this guy. And they just went for his watch and left the car. Because you can easily fence the watches. I mean, cars these days got tracking. You got to get away from cops. You got to go to hack shops. Those watches, man, to me personally, I think it's an inside job. They are already being fenced, man. I mean, hopefully he gets them back, but
yeah. I mean, he's saying that Timepiece Gentleman Anthony is saying that he believes that it was the other dealer who set them up. Because let me just bring up the watches here. The list. I have the list and the images.
I've got a full list there of you.
Right. By the way, we have a super chat by Perth Luxury, the free members.
Super chat. A member's super chat. Thank you, Perth Luxury, for being a member. Jonathan, did you get my Discord message? Large unboxing inbound. No clues or hints. Ooh.
Yes, Perth, I've received it. I'm looking forward to it. I think unboxing will be tomorrow.
Very cool.
I've been very busy, so I couldn't reply. I apologize.
Cars and Chronos, do you really think this is real?
I mean, who knows?
So,
I mean,
here we go.
Whether or not this is real or not, I mean, I get today's there's some segment of entertainment tied to this. My point is, this goes beyond this whole TPG crap. I think there's a bigger issue that's just going on now with people with stealing watches, right? Because we know that other thieves these other stories that have popped up, they're not fake. They're not publicity stunts. People are actually getting like hurt and injured and stolen, right? So I mean, the TPG stuff. Me personally, I don't think it's a publicity stunt. But again, I don't know. I don't know the guy. I mean, everybody's guessing. Anyone else?
Cousin,
I can't read that list, Tim. So, Tim, can you make the list bigger? Sorry, because I just can't see it. Can you make the actual list bigger to read off what it is? Can't see that. Sorry.
See, you want to know what
Cousin Crow, you said previously it would be totally dumb by them to do a publicity stunt. I'll say they've done dumb moves before, but I agree with you.
But you're dealing with authorities now, right? You're dealing with the cops coming in, right?
Absolutely.
You're dealing with insurance, like assuming they have insurance, you're gonna have investigators. I mean, there's some real legal implications here.
Oh yeah, right. You can't just say something was stolen, right? If it wasn't stolen.
Prison. You could go to prison if you make that.
It's insurance fraud. I mean, there's a lot of shit. I mean, whether or not he goes to prison, I'm just saying there's more implications beyond just PR now, right?
JB, €5. In Portugal, 2 major football players were robbed at home, including their luxury watches in the last month. Jeez.
Wow.
So JB brings up a good point, and there's 3 separate types of mischief going on in the watch community. The first one is this example right here, where people are being followed home from clubs, or they're being identified by bartenders or waiters or servers in restaurants, and those people are flagging or messaging the gang to hit a particular person who's eating on a patio, or as they leave the restaurant or as they leave the club. So that's one type of smash and grab type of robbery that's occurring. Second is just scams, and the scams are absolutely rampant in the secondary, not just the secondary watch world, but when you're purchasing a watch from a non-authorized dealer, from any kind of private seller or any kind of non-authorized source, the scams are absolutely rampant. These are, if you're on TRF, or if you're on Facebook or eBay or whatever, you wire somebody, they send you a fake watch, or they send you an empty box, or those kinds of scams are. And then the third thing is dealer scams. And that's something that happened here, where the dealer is absolutely lax in their security, in their process, and their protocols, and they just get complacent. And so here in this case, TPG is doing business with someone they don't know. They've never met before. They haven't vetted. They haven't qualified. They've never done any background checks, and they just decide to fly to Los Angeles to do some kind of transaction with an unknown quantity.
This is what's very surprising, because this is such large sum of money for them to take out, and
it's not even their watches. These are watches that are on consignment. They have no capital to have their own inventory.
Do we know that?
Absolutely, we know that. We know that because Anthony Fair has made a video within the past couple of days where he said that he was calling all the consigners. And the way they do stuff there, I'm not going to comment on their ability to document everything for insurance purposes and their policies. So I'll leave that to the experts. But let's just say
Paul Salicius, $5 super chat. Who with their right mind publishes a photo of a person in police custody? On the other hand, you can't defund police and cry. You feel unsafe.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm having trouble with. Did you see the picture of that guy in custody?
That was
they would be taking a snapshot of someone who's a close dealer friend of theirs. This is the fact that they're outing this person means they didn't even know him.
Yeah. And he went to the toilet, went to the bathroom. He went to the bathroom mysteriously about 2 minutes before the deal went off. He disappeared to the bathroom.
My thing is like, if this is a picture of him in custody, why is he in a pedestrian vehicle? That's my issue. He's in a Kia. It's not a police vehicle.
He's right. He's not in a patrol car. He's in a Kia. Yeah. Right.
Which is very, very weird to me.
Well, have a seat while we ask you a couple of questions about what happened.
I don't know how suspicious that is. I mean, people say, oh, this other dealer was wearing a diamond encrusted watch, went to the restroom, and that's when the watches were jacked. and that's why
Yeah.
it looks like a setup, because it's just so convenient that the other guy doesn't have anything of his stolen. But then if this was planned, why wouldn't the other guy just be wearing like a G-Shock or something and just say, "Oh, I don't flaunt my my watches when I do these kind of deals. I try to stay
Or
undercover."
if he was in on it, why wouldn't he just agree to be robbed along with the rest of everybody else?
Right.
Yeah.
I think
That's true.
that would be a
Perhaps he was
little bit more
wearing it to
suspicious,
show
though.
credibility. If he didn't know them and he's genuine, or if he was genuine, Anthony didn't know them, he's probably showing some credibility. So he's showing he's got one of these blingy watches to show something that he knows about watches, or he's got, high connections, or he's a high roller or something. He's just to try and give some credence to them to say, look, I don't know, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, Tim, could you pull up that list real quick again?
Yep. Just real quick here. Avon Hogenkamp, member of my YouTube channel for 9 months. Member super chat. Similar stories in Chicago regarding watch theft, usually targeting luxury cars. If this is a hoax, Timepiece Gentleman missed the Jesse Smollett trial. Ooh, yeah. I actually, as I think about this more, I don't think that this would be that he would do this kind of thing as a hoax, because, man, let's be honest. I mean, that's
okay. So what
kinda
can
cry
let's just
wolf
say it was
situation.
all a hoax? What can Timepiece Gentleman actually get out of it? Can they get more money out of the insurance than the watches are worth?
No. I mean,
What can they
you
actually
could
make
just
out
say,
of it?
look. He could just say,
If it was
"Look,
a hoax, they wouldn't
I
file for
posted this video where my watch is being stolen, and look at all these YouTubers jumping in on the on this
Oh, come
thing."
on.
Kinda.
Right, so it's publicity. It's been done. It's been done for. It's
Oh,
been done for
come on.
high.
That's what he did
publicity.
last
See,
time.
Listen,
Tim,
I get,
Yeah,
I
I can laugh
understand
at it.
PG isn't highly regarded in the watch circles, but I mean,
Yeah.
shit. If anything, if I was going to pull something like this, and let's just say this was a complete fabrication, right? For me, what I
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
get out is money. You sell these, I get a cut wherever they're sold, right? And
Yes.
maybe it helps finance my business, whatever. But
I think
don't
he
know,
learned.
it's a hoax. I mean, I get he's been a convict, but shit.
I think he learned his
So-
lesson from the prior
So
stunt.
Tim,
And
my
Yeah.
thing is, do you see where it says olive dial date 840?
Yes. That's this
When
one
I
right
looked
there.
on, and it says a serial number.
Yeah.
When I looked on Chrono24 at like multiple different watches that were the
Yeah.
same one as this, and
Yeah.
they showed the serial number in the pictures, none of them started out with a letter. I don't know if that's limited to my knowledge of I know about
It could
watches,
also be a
but
typo. It could be a typo. He does tend to make quite a few typos, even in other posts.
I mean, this is not a time to make a typo if you're down.
Yeah.
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 When you try to
million,
miss
yeah.
a stolen
Yeah.
shit, that is correct. You want 100% get that right, don't you?
Just 1 second here. John to Sullivan, €5 super chat. Why would the dealer steal watches he already paid for? Now, did the other dealer pay for the watches? How was
I
that?
thought they're on
How
consignment,
was
right?
that was
I
supposed to
thought-
happen? Oh, 1 second.
If these are on consignment, he didn't pay for shit, right? They're on consignment, so
Mm.
he didn't pay for them, right? It's basically
Right,
somebody
so-
consigned to him, and I mean that's what he's claiming, right?
Yeah,
so he's
but
not
what
out
about
of money. His clients are out of money, right? If you consign your Daytona to him, you're shit out of luck. And I don't know what sort of paperwork agreements he has with the clients, right? Because I don't know how loosey goosey they are, right?
It's
Is
a,
it
it's,
Well,
a
I think
one,
they're-
it's a one-page consignment agreement. But
Yeah, so
once he takes
how tight is that?
once he takes possession of the watch, he has a
Yeah.
duty to employ even better than ordinary care. He's responsible. He's created basically what's legally called a bailment. So he's responsible for whatever happens to that property in his possession.
Well,
Paul Solicius, $5 super chat. If this was investigated by the police, he would not talk about the shit. Maybe listing stolen watches. Thorpe just removed his soft bird video on Timepiece Gentleman. By the way, I contacted Paul because I thought I saw Paul remove his video. Paul Thorpe, he made a video about this, and then he took it down. And I was like, well, maybe Timepiece Gentleman contacted him and said like, hey, wait a minute, we're just doing another scandal thing. But Paul said, no, I just removed it because of there could be legal ramifications, because Timepiece Gentleman, Anthony, he's kind of accused someone of doing something before all kinds of investigations, right? And in UK, you can't just willy-nilly make this kind of accusation. There could be legal ramifications. That's why he took it down. So we got another super chat from John to Sullivan, €2. So he just handed over 1.1 million worth of watches. What the F?
No, you're going to risk getting shot? What kind of crime is that?
If you have a gun under your nose, you're going to do that.
Yeah.
The troll that I have is he said he has security. How do you get robbed with security when they're supposed to be taking care of that issue?
Unless the security's in on it as well. He got to he had security detail with him. So
Yeah, but hold on. I think we're reading. I mean, this is what happens, right? When it's like a CNN panel, everybody gets a news clip, and oh yeah, security, and we're making all these like assumptions. I mean, first of all, for Pike's sake, none of us know really what the fuck happened, right? Outside of some information we're getting from TPG, and just on this whole security thing, right? Yeah, sure. Yes. I mean, you've seen like I was chatting with these guys from the police force the other night, asking them their thoughts, and they're saying the proper security detail, they would have scouted out the space, they would have seen blind spots. There's a lot of stuff that has to take place, right? But at the end of the day, it's just levels of protection, right? Somebody can always be hacked, right? So I mean, who security? What the hell's like? If somebody really comes up to you and blindsides you, what can you do? If you got a gun like pointed at you, are you going to risk your life over somebody else's watches? I mean,
I think this is an area though, I think that does require a little bit further scrutiny, because even though this whole thing may not be a hoax, it's not beyond Anthony to embellish around the edges just to make sure that his insurance company doesn't identify something that allows the claim to be denied. So the thing is they've documented all of their travels to different cities delivering watches to customers. They never travel with security. They travel with a videographer sometimes, but it's basically them and a backpack. That MO has been established time after time after time.
So very flashy backpack and
very
double
so
fist.
Now all of a sudden they get robbed, and and Anthony's going out of his way to mention he had security, or he had security, he had security.
Security detail.
That's a little bit.
He didn't say security, but he added detail. What the hell is security detail?
I think it's trying to make it clever. It's what the president has. The president has security detail. It's he's trying to fucking pull it up, innit? Security detail is what the president has.
The other thing is, he said that the dealer guy excused himself to the bathroom while he like Marco got robbed. Wouldn't there be witnesses there at the place where where the guy went to the bathroom and the robbery's taking place?
Just because the other guy went to the restroom does not necessarily mean that the other guy is in on it. In fact, if you're from a robber's perspective, isn't that the perfect opportunity to strike?
Tim, you're an investigative journalist. So the big question is, who sponsored that toilet break?
Oh, the Timepiece Gentleman is toilet break. I don't know. We'll find out who's gonna sponsor that toilet. We got Humble Pine saying, hard to believe it's a hoax, but who knows? Large issue that this stuff actually happening a lot. So need to use judgment and have a head on a swivel. Yeah, and then some.
That is true. Anthony said that that the security took a picture of the license plate that the people that robbed him were in his video.
No, I wonder where this even happened. The latest news is that car was pulled over, and the driver of that car is in custody as of a couple of hours ago, I believe. So there's been an update in that story that car was pulled over, that someone was taken into custody, one of the four, and that Marco has identified one of them.
Ooh.
We have a super chat.
Bezos. On the next week Timepiece Gentleman video, the team has ramen noodles. Damn, that's brutal. Tom Gordon, he needs to mention the security element of
That's
it,
exactly
so the
it.
insurance policy stands.
That's
there
exactly
we go.
what he's doing. He's trying to cover.
Another super chat.
John to Sullivan. No, I mean before the robbery, he was going to head over the watches with no payment. That's the thing. Like, how is that? Was the guy gonna wire the money, or did the guy have Well, I mean, my guess is that they were gonna meet up. The guy would sit down and wire him the money right there on the spot. I mean, I guess that's how usually these things. Rich, thank you for $2 super chat. Really appreciate your support.
And Luxury Bazaar, by the way, within the past few days, published a story that they were caught up in the moment and they were going back and forth with, selling a watch to somebody and then taking another watch back in trade, and basically made off with about $160,000. The trade came back being a fake. Or a different watch that wasn't as valuable. So these things happen all the time. And by the way, it's not just dealers. Like, Tim, you and I are in New York.
Yes.
Cars, you're in LA, in flash areas. When you have these meet and greets with watch people getting together in a restaurant, it's not uncommon to have, all of us show up with a backpack with a 3-watch roll with, $100,000 or $200,000 worth of watches in it. So it's not something that just dealers have to deal with. It's everybody.
I don't know what you roll, OG, man. I just show up with my Speedy. I'm okay losing my Speedy. That's where I show up and watch me now.
We have a super chat.
Humble Pine, $10 to Tim's personal security fund. I usually go with security. Shout out to Mathis Fixins, my personal bodyguard. Also, Night Wrist Watchman. He watches my wrist at night. And Red Shovel. Also, Cars and Chrono when we were in LA. And Chris, Horology. I never go, well, I don't want to say I never go alone, but sometimes I do. And I try to have someone watching a bit of my back. At least the viewers, Oh man, still.
You haven't finished that super chat.
Yep, this may be only pay for plastic whistle if something goes down. But a start. Maybe I should be wearing a whistle, not one of those rape whistles.
That's gonna help massively if you have 3 people pointing a gun at you.
Oh yeah, right. Maybe I should take those karate. I don't know. Wait, cars. You got those lessons, self-defense lessons. Just real quick, if anyone is planning to rob Cars and Chrono, I would rethink it. It's not worth stealing the Speedy and getting your legs chopped in the process. So
at the end of the day, listen. I mean, me personally, I don't know. I have different schools of thought from some of my friends. Right, some friends, they're very blusterous. Like, oh, I can't live my life in fear. I'm gonna rock my platinum, gold, whatever. And it's like, all right, you be you, man. But at the end of the day, right, as much as we don't want to blame victims, you got to be smart, right, in terms of what watch you wear, where you watch it, and how you conduct yourself, right? I mean, there's just some basic intelligence. But ultimately, if you're confronted by somebody, right, unless you think your life is in danger, give up the fucking watch. You don't want to watch for watch, and you don't want to die over watch, right?
No.
I mean, the only time, I know you're kind of joking here, Tim, around, how I conduct myself in terms of trying to protect myself. But I mean, at the end of the day, if somebody really wants to watch and I can get away without harming somebody or I get harmed, that's a win. Yes. And I'll give you just one example, right? So I've done drills. I've done personal protection drills with a security consulting company at my house in terms of what happens if somebody breaks into the house. And he asked me a question. He said, what's considered a win in this situation, Jay? If somebody breaks into your house, what do you think is a win? Let me ask you. Like, if somebody breaks into your house, what's a win?
Did you alive at the end? To blow them right
both
down,
of you guys alive.
Kill them, and maim them.
So that's yours. So you blow the guy away. What else? What else does a panel think is a win?
No, that you escape uninjured and healthy, and nobody in your family. That's it.
With your family,
that's a win. Because unless you are in California, you got to be in imminent danger, not immediate, imminent. So the difference between immediate and imminent, you think something's about to happen to you, right? At that point, then the gloves come off. But it's about letting the person that's in your house that's trying to break in, Usually it's a robber, right? And they know the cops are coming. They're going to want to exit, and you don't want to hurt somebody else, and you don't want to get hurt, because if you kill somebody, you're in for a shitstorm. Also, you don't years of legal crap and dealing with the cops, right? I mean, so I'm just saying, like,
but at the same time, getting robbed is a big risk. Like, if I feel like somebody's outside my house, is if I look and see that they're looking to my house, I'm shooting them right there outside and dragging their body right in my house.
Don't tell everyone that that's well, listen, now that you said it live on air, the investigator is going to pull this up and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Looks like he's
like it's like that bloke in London who Paul Thorpe was on about, who wouldn't give up his watch, so they didn't beat him up, they beat his fucking girlfriend up, his wife up, because she was only small, she was 5 foot, and he was a big bloke. He tried to get the watch off him, and he wouldn't give it up, so they turned on her, they beat the shit out of her. You should have just took the watch off and said, there you go, mate, fucking take it, see you later. There were 3 of them. You played the Abigail fucking hero.
These kind of robberies aren't new. Back in the day, it was, give me your wallet. And then, over the past 20 years, you'd be at a stop sign or a stoplight, and there'd be a carjacking. Someone point a gun to your head, get out of the car, they take the car. So now, and Tim likes to say his latest refrain is that Rolexes and luxury watches are going mainstream. So because of that, everybody knows how to recognize a Rolex or an AP Royal Oak. And so it's an easy $30,000 or $40,000 or $50,000 on someone's wrist that you can recognize. It's a snatch and grab. They're very compact, they're portable, they're easy to fence for easy money. So that's just the reality of the world in which we live. That these watches are very well known now. They have a value to them. They're portable and can be snatched easily. It's the 2021 version of the wallet from 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I've done martial arts, and every instructor I've always done has always said, look, don't be a hero. If you can get away, give them what you want and run away. It's not being a coward. It's just, you don't want to get into any shit like that. Just hand the stuff over it if you can, and don't put it about. It's only fight if you really, really think you're in danger and you can't get out and you're cornered. If not, give them what they want.
But I think what Carr said is important. There's too many of us that have this cavalier attitude and are keyboard warriors and say, listen, I'm going to rock whatever I want, whenever I want, at 2:00 in the morning, wandering the streets of New York City or bad neighborhoods in LA or whatever. And the truth is, you should be a little bit more cautious, be a little bit more cognizant of your situation, be situationally aware. And there's no reason you have to wear $100,000 or $200,000 watch to go out to dinner. You can wear a Speedy, and it's totally fine.
It's a time and place.
And don't make yourself an unnecessary target if you don't have to. And that's the responsibility. That is all on us.
Watches at this point is getting so mainstream. I wouldn't be surprised if, look at Tim, if somebody were to mistake your Panda for a Platona. Because, hey, to somebody that doesn't really know, it looks the same. I mean, the metal looks the same. They might say, hey, he has a $150,000 watch on his wrist. Let's go rob him.
It's about 40,000 now. It could be 50. I mean, even for 40,000, that's a great robbery. True. Think about it. Robbing someone for 40,000. It boggles my mind. I wear it. I don't even feel like I'm wearing 40,000. That's how insane that is. And
the fake or the Pagani design doesn't actually deter anything, because they look so much like the real thing from a distance that you're actually still inviting the robbery to begin with. Now, you may not lose anything, which is good, but there's still a risk of violence or being injured or hurt.
And then there was a sub, and it looked like a sub from 20 feet away.
Also, the really awful feeling of wearing a Pagani design. I mean, nothing.
So it's two bad things. You're wearing a Pagani design, and then you get robbed on top of it.
For a Pagani design. At least, if I got robbed for a Rolex, I'd be like, okay, at least I got robbed for. But imagine getting robbed, your ass beaten for Pagani design. It's not even worth it.
You get the shit beaten out of you, and the girlfriends. And tell the police about the watch. No, it's all right. No, you had your watch, darling. No, I won't say it. Forget it.
I would feel bad for the robbers at that point. I'd be like, man, those guys went through all the trouble. But
Yeah. But at the end
actually,
of the
I
day,
do have to, guys, I do have to issue an apology to the community that I was a bit flamboyant with the watches. I understand my stuff is a little bit undercover, but I was very skeptical. I think in the past I was saying people said going to London watch show, you go outside, maybe wear a G-Shock. You don't always have to wear a Rolex. I said, it's Explorer 2, it's no big deal, no big loss, but listen, don't take my word for it. What the hell do I know? I'm just a third-rate YouTuber. Do not.
Yeah, well, not quite third rate. You've gone past
Okay,
that
yeah,
one.
right, like fifth
Yeah.
or sixth rate. You're right. I'm giving
No,
myself
I
too
was
much
gonna-
credit.
yeah, pull up what Brian Tony said.
Brian Tony, $1,100,000, probably not too fair. It seems he risks taker. He's a risk taker mentality in which he thinks he can win that back at a casino. Look, there's wins and there's losses. He won that 100 grand, and now he loses $1 million. I mean, there's nothing in this world that's free. Actually, there is a post where Anthony talks about why he does it this way, why he hand delivers watches. He says because it saves a lot of money than having it shipped via that armored vehicle. He talks about how, having a watch, having a Platona shipped, right? That costs about $1,500. Now, that's something the buyer would have to pay for, right? Well, if instead, huh?
It's part of it, but you know the real reason why he's doing it.
You pass it on. Instead, I can fly to LA personally. It's a trip for me. I'm making content on the way for YouTube.
That's it.
It's like a triple win for me, but you are risking something like this happening.
He's making content. He's flying somewhere. He's staying in a nice hotel. He's eating at a fancy dinner. He's shooting video.
Why do you think I went to LA to meet Cars and Kono? It's the same kind of thing, It's going out. It's the experience. He's living. It's part of that luxury life experience. I gotta tell you, it bites back. Look what happened to me. I had a disaster when I came back, man. Don't watch the live stream, by the way. It was a disaster.
Whether this is real or fake, at least I'll get a good deal on a Platona.
Yeah. So that's why he's able to offer a little bit maybe cheaper prices. Also, if he does he might be able to do deals under the table this way if it's cash. Listen, there's a lot of benefits for him not to do it by shipment. Rich, I think it was Tim who said robbers would be doing me a favor if my tag was taken from me on the subway. I did tell him. He's like, dude, I'm gonna be robbed. I told him like they'll be doing you a favor. I'm gonna take that tag Hoyer.
Tim, you actually made a pretty troubling comment in the video right before this live stream when you were walking.
What's the comment?
Well, the comment, I think you implied that you didn't have insurance on your watches.
I don't.
I don't either.
Cool.
That's good for just announce that to the community, Tim. Why don't you?
Yeah. That's. Listen,
I don't get it out there.
Listen,
say it again in case somebody didn't hear you. Fuck me.
I don't even know how to do a claim. Let's say let's say my watch was stolen and I had to make a claim. I don't know how to work with
what kind of excuse is that? Listen, if you have how many pieces do you have? 3 or 4 nice pieces, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is it worth $50,000 at least? 67,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just say someone comes into your home or your apartment, a plumber or an electrician or whatever. You turn your back for a second, they're in your bedroom or what, and all of a sudden 4 hours later you realize 3 of your
or sexy house cleaner. Let's just
right. What are you going to do then if you didn't spend the $1,000 or $2,000 to have annual insurance policy on those watches? You're going to be like,
listen. I don't know how much money you think you guys are making doing these live streams, although you can probably count it through super chats. But I'm not making that much money to be able to afford watches and insurance. I can pick
Yeah,
one.
you
Well,
have to
whatever
be
you're
rich to
making,
afford watch
we're
insurance.
making
That's
a
for the
foot loss
rich.
lot less than you are, Tim. We're making a lot less than you.
For now, see, I spent first couple of months doing this shtick for free as well, but it's not like,
Yeah, but
man, guys, I'm
if
not
you,
raking in the big dough
if
here.
you if you have $70,000 worth of watches, I think you really need to think about and think quickly about what it would be like if you lost all that.
Tim has
Yeah.
100K worth of
Cars,
watches.
cars, talk some sense into Tim here. I mean, you have
Super
insurance on your
chat.
watches,
Super
right?
chat.
Who is going?
John to Sullivan,
Yeah,
€2. Who is going to give Timepiece Gentleman another consignment?
I will, because now we'll have to pay top market price to replace that watch.
Who's going to
Unless-
insure him now? Who's going to
Unless
insure
they
him?
go
for that,
broke.
You know, fuck.
It's going to be so much more expensive for them to do business now, because every time
Yeah.
something like this happens, they're going to jack up their rates. Man, I get the headache just even thinking about this,
Yeah.
I think we need some super chats to fund Tim's insurance.
Guys,
policy.
by the way, yeah, that would help. But also make sure that you hit the upvote button. I would really appreciate if you upvote this live stream. Got 170 people watching and only 33 upvotes. Humble pie correction does not lead to crime, but maybe makes you a target. Tim, OC is right. Think about the insurance, and I will. Listen, I'm gonna start researching insurance. I think actually this also would be a great content for some of the community members who don't know how to get insurance. Maybe
it's an
we can
extremely
go through the
easy
process
process,
together.
and yeah, it's a very easy process, and you can go through. I think the two big ones are like Jewelers Mutual is one of the big ones that the community uses, and Houdini. Houdini is extremely easy to set up. They don't even ask for serial numbers or appraisals or anything like that. You just basically name what you think the market value of your watch is. List the watches, and then they give you a policy, and that policy is approximately 1.3 or 1.4% of the value of the watch that you pay on an annual basis. And it gives you peace of mind. It's separate from your homeowner's insurance policy or whatever other policy that you have, just in case something happens, it doesn't impact that. And God forbid you never have to use it. But if you have, what you have, a considerable collection, the last thing you want is for someone to take it in one fell swoop, whether it be a break-in or some kind of planned inside job. And you wouldn't feel good after that.
Super chat.
Let's be honest. I am a target. Bright Blue comment. $2 super chat. Do I steal a GMT now or wait to steal a new Coke? Ooh, good question. Good question.
GMT now, that's an absolute no-brainer.
GMT now. Better a bird in the hand than two in the other thing.
Bush.
Here's the thing with insurance. Is it easy to get covered if something were to happen? Because I'm pretty sure with watch insurance, watches are so small. Couldn't somebody just say, "Hey, my watch got stolen. Pay me $40K for it," and they really still have the watch?
You're talking about how easy is it to commit insurance fraud? I don't think we want to have that conversation, but basically, the insurance company is going to say, "Listen, file a police report, tell us exactly what happened. You're going to register, you're going to contact the manufacturer of the watch and report it as stolen." All of those things, and then after that investigation, if they're going to conclude that you don't have the watch, and they're going to pay you.
Super chat.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that they would get a lot of that. It's a watch. You can,
But by the way, if that watch ever shows up anywhere, that watch is then property of the insurance company. It's not property of anybody else. So if anybody were to find that watch, or if you were to send it in for service,
can you but if it's your watch, can you return the money and take the watch? Let's say your watch has a lot of sentimental value. I don't want another Daytona. Honestly, I gotta be honest. The Daytona that I have, listen, I don't even like think Daytona is that great of a watch. It just has a lot of sentimental value to me personally. I wouldn't go and buy another one. Like I would just get a different watch. But let's say my watch gets stolen, and they give me the money, and then they find the watch. Can I get my watch back? Because I want the watch.
Yeah, the answer
No,
is
it becomes
no.
if they paid out money, it becomes the property of the insurance company. Then I think that
Will
they've
they
given you
sell it to
money.
me, or they're just going to
it's
auction
done.
it off?
Ooh, don't know.
You could probably
let me
ask
get
for
these
them to
super
sell it back to
chats.
you, but it's not going to be easy.
Let's get these super chats, and we'll let's see. Maybe somebody knows. JBJB, 10 euros. Just like thieves will seize you up, you can seize the thieves up. If I can't win, okay. If you're not
This
getting
is
it,
the typical keyboard
just me.
warrior that says, "Don't worry, I'll be able to defeat anybody who comes at me with a gun pointed to my head."
Yeah. All situations and people are different. Do not live in fear. Yeah, listen. I've seen JBJB. I know this guy. No one's stealing anything of his. I mean, I would be afraid for my life trying to steal something from him. So, guys, let's be some people can wear higher level watches than others. Like I'm a short, fat guy. Probably should stick to steel. Yeah. DC and LV, but if you're a freaking tank of a human person, then you can probably pull off a two-tone or gold. DC and LV, $10 super chat. The word I would use is cavalier. Tim, you and Timepiece Gentleman need to take security more seriously. Insurance doesn't cover playing show and tell in public with watches. Yeah, one thing that I've kind of really learned from Cars and Chrono, right, is that he is very, very security minded. He's always like reminding me, like, hey, there's no reason to post all these locations, where you're gonna be, when you're gonna be there. Just vague, right? Just be super vague about everything. And when you do I think Timepiece Gentleman, he should be posting everything like 3 days behind.
And to his credit, he has been posting, I think, a couple of days behind for the past several months. So the stuff that you see there about him making a trip to wherever, those videos are edited and they're a couple of days behind.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, yeah, insurance doesn't.
Yeah, but not the super chat.
Humble Pine, $50 super chat. Signing off. Happy holidays for your Xmas gift fund.
He's singing off. He's actually singing off.
Singing off. Humble Pine. Thank you so much. Jonathan, am I boring you?
No.
Tell us, what do you think about this?
I hate to speculate.
Yes.
So
people love speculation. So
yeah, it's weird, but I'm not participating in speculation. I'd rather like to have the true facts. So I'm very silent today, and Three Carlino is complaining that he's being timed out, and I'm just trying to explain. And maybe I can explain to everybody, guys. If you use too many capital letters, YouTube automatically times out your message, and it has to be manually approved by mods. And sometimes we're very busy and we're just forgetting. So if you think you're being timed out, check a minute later if your comment is still there. If that happens very often, then please let us know. Otherwise, it's just automatically put on hold. Sorry.
There you go.
For the off.
Yes, I bet you Jonathan's got security detail, haven't you, Jonathan? Bet you have security detail, don't you?
Well, his security detail. Look how cautious he is. Nobody ever seen his face.
Yeah, it's his wife. His wife's probably got an Uzi 9mm stuff somewhere to be able to protect Jonathan.
Yeah, his wife is a security detail.
But I think it's the same with Tim. He has a roommate. So if there is a plumber in the apartment, the roommate will be between the plumber and the watches. So nothing to worry about.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't like to cross Tim's wife. I tell you, crikey.
Oh,
I reckon it could really,
very, Very
And
And by the way,
dangerous.
she can handle herself.
So Jay, by the way, your recent foray into these cool, eccentric, independent brands actually dovetails nicely with this topic because it's much harder for a robber or some kind of burglar to get rid of a Grubel 4C or one of these more
Ramon
eccentric.
Goutier,
Yeah, exactly. Then
one of one. That only one person could have. It's so limited. Is only one of them.
I'd like to think that, OC, but I don't. Listen, there
doesn't factor in your decision making.
I think no. First off, me buying those pieces has nothing to do with the whole thieving going on. I just like those pieces, right? So they're not correlated at all whatsoever. I think what
Alex.
I will say though is I think us as watch collectors, we tend to dumb down the criminals and say, well, they can only tell Rolexes and whatnot. I mean, I never underestimate. I know there are a lot of idiot robbers out there as well, but I do not underestimate these guys. And I'm sure if they snag a Grubel, they'll find a buyer for a Grubel or a Roman Gautier, right? That doesn't even factor into my thinking when it comes to whether or not you rock a Rolex or a high-end, Grubel or even a Dorn. Right, they'll find a buyer for that. I will though say though, like I don't know if you guys remember a few weeks ago, there was footage in a cafe here in LA as well, where these two guys came in with hoodies, and they just walked around and they noticed two flashy watches, came up with a gun at their waist, at their hip, and just took them right off their wrists, right? And that's because they saw some flashy pieces, right? So in that scenario, it was something you could see them visibly walking around checking out people's wrists, and they actually sold them, right? So, I'm just saying, listen, you can't predict if they're going to cafes. It's open season, right? In broad daylight, taking people out and relieving them of their wristwatches.
Broad daylight. I mean, it happens so quick. If I was sitting next to someone, I wouldn't even notice that the guy next to me is getting.
If you watch the footage, nobody even looked up that there was a guy holding these two guys up, but again, they just took them off the wrist and handed it over to them. Right,
and then they went on with their salad after that because there's really nothing you could do.
No. Paul Thorpe said at the London Watch Show, he was telling me, Paul Thorpe was saying that he sat there in London and he's watched certain people watching wrists. He can see the number of people certain people who are just watching every wrist of everybody purposely, just eyeing what they've got, doing it. It's just like
Lone Star Watch Collector. $3 super chat. Alex broke your Daytona, Tim. You know it's true. I issued official apology to Alex. Unfortunately, in the video that I recorded, you can only see him tapping the glass of my Daytona, and you can't see him unscrewing it. Although I'm still convinced he did that. In my mind, I will.
But this is my Daytona.
Right. I'm sorry. I meant to say Jonathan's Daytona. I saw in the video, you can clearly see him tap on the glass of Jonathan's Daytona, although you cannot see him unscrew it. Unfortunately, I believe Alex spoke with the waiter and told me to kind of secretly on the side because the waiter told me to shut down.
My Daytona. I'm called Jonathan. You know I am. He isn't called Jonathan. My Daytona. Just remember that. Get birth certificates out.
I'm the real Jonathan. Jonathan.
I just interject for just on one other topic related to this, because there are a lot of, I'm not saying in this thread, but a lot of keyboard warriors, right? So I don't know how many folks that are on the stream has ever had a gun pointed at their face. I have. When I was 13 years old, I actually got into an incident and I had a gun pointed right at my head. And I'm just going to tell you, as much as we think in the moment you can react, and by the way, I was a kid, so I'm obviously a little bit different, but you have no freaking clue what you can do that moment. Like my parents, they were also victims of gun violence. Somebody came up to their house in New York, pistol whipped my mom with a 22 and stole them. So I know the shit about, like, when we're talking about what it means to defend yourself when you have a gun or whatnot, and it never goes the way you expect. Right, so I know. I'm going to protect myself, or if I'm confronted, I'll protect myself. My point is, this is just a thing. Nothing is worth your life, right? At the end of the day, nothing, right? And even if as long as you don't die, and the other person, as much as the other person is a perpetrator, if they just want to go and run with it, then let them go with it, man. It's just not worth your life, right? But I'm just telling you, when you have a gun point in your face, you have no idea what that like psychologically, what's going to go through your mind in that moment. I'm just telling you right now, it's not that straightforward as much as we would think typing up comments and whatnot.
Time freezes. Time freezes when you go to a situation like that.
And by the way, I am the biggest. I don't want to get in a whole gun argument. I am one of the biggest Second Amendment proponents in states. I don't want to get in this with anyone on the panel or not. I'm just saying. But I understand. For me, it's a tool so that if I'm ever a moment where I really need to defend myself, I'm not saying it's going to. It absolutely will. At least I want to have something to defend myself and my family, but not to be cavalier. Like, Overcome, I know you say you're going to shoot somebody outside the house. I'm just going to tell you that happens, and you've already said on the video, you're fiked, man, because you're not in imminent, immediate danger, right? Just
it was just a joke.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying. Hopefully, you know that, because only when you got to be very smart when you're thinking about firearms. These are not like some toys and whatnot. These are really deadly weapons, right? So anyway, I'll get off my I poked on that one.
Wait, Cars, quick question. Do you get a chance to like offload some of your pieces so far?
my pieces? Yeah. I'm trying to consolidate down to 12 pieces. So I have, definitely. I'm well on my journey on that. I'm actually down to now about 18 and 6. So these last 6 are really tough to figure out. Yeah, what I'm doing. Maybe I'll do a collection review with Tim at some point.
Yes. Let's do a collection review. Just really quickly here.
Sorry.
Oh, 1 second, and then sorry, Alex. I brought you in. Right. Let me read this super chat, and then I'll give you the floor because I brought you in.
Thank you,
and didn't give you time to talk. Just really quickly here. JB, 5 years. Let me ask this. This is the question for the whole chat. If your wife has a 10K plus ring, does she leave it at home when you go out to eat?
No.
Wow. That's a fair question, and I think that does show some hypocrisy or some different.
I'd rather have somebody steal my wife's ring than to steal my wife thinking that she's single. So
Alex, while the chat is answering, how's it going, man? Tell us what do you think about this whole situation?
So, are people really assuming that he's done this as an insurance shop, or is people thinking that he's? No. They're not thinking this, are they? Please don't tell me they're thinking this.
I listen.
I think he got scammed. Plain and simple. It was a scam / robbery.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they're not thinking that he's set up, because is he insured with these pieces or not?
Oh man.
You'd like to think he would, because they're not his, but they're on consignment, aren't they?
Well, listen.
So he doesn't have insurance.
He made a video. He made a response video. It's 15 minutes long. We're gonna watch the video together. I don't know. Have anyone on the panel watched the video? I haven't watched it yet.
No, I haven't. I haven't. No.
Who watched it?
I'm just a bit confused because look, has he met this person before to do this deal or not?
No,
I think he said he didn't know him.
And he's meeting him outside his premises as well.
LA. You went. Marco went all the way to LA.
I'm sorry. I'm just because I've had experiences of robberies myself. Yeah. So I'm just curious. It's very easy to criticize what somebody else has done. It's very easy to say, well, I wouldn't have done it like that. But to carry that many watches into a premises that you are not aware of, and you're not aware of your surroundings, wouldn't it make more sense to do the deal in your office, or carry one watch, or suss out the person first and then know your surroundings, then bring the watches in? Because to give you an idea, in my business, it's a one-person policy. Even if they come in to buy a watch, I even had one customer that came with 20 of his own Rolexes, and I wouldn't let his son in with him until I sussed him out, and then I let his son in, and he's bringing me the watches. I just don't understand why you would go to somebody else with that much money.
Because you get complacent.
And
You get complacent over time, and so when you've done 30,
yes, but
30 deals.
No, you don't. You don't get complacent. No, because and not. So I don't want to be rude to you, but this is simple. You don't get that complacent with that many watches. You don't.
This is quite a
use your head.
Quite a situation.
Use your head. Especially
Alex, I
when
think you do have a good point. Especially Marco,
sorry,
he has more experience.
let me just carry on. I just want to carry on.
Anthony.
Sorry to. So, especially when you're on YouTube, especially when you're such a well-known dealer, if you were somebody like other dealers I know that will walk past you and worth millions in the business, you wouldn't recognize them like Graf of London. You wouldn't recognize Lawrence Graf, but this guy, you would recognize him because he's put himself out there. So really, his security should be so much higher and his awareness should be so much higher. He's taking high risks for nothing. I just find that very odd. Like I say, it's very easy for me to criticize it, but whether it was him or not, all other dealers would say exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, listen, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. I wasn't disagreeing. I was basically saying that he became complacent, and because he was doing deal after deal after deal this way, flying to customers, delivering watches, he didn't do his due diligence and vet this person, and he just screwed up big time.
I think unfortunately, look, I don't disrespect. I like the guy. I think he's well established. He's a good looking guy. He deals in high watches. He's exactly what Netflix would want. But I think an ego got involved in here.
I mean, he was the one that got robbed. It was Marco that got robbed in this.
Well, whether it's Marco or him, when someone pulls a gun out, it stops. That's why your brain shuts down and you don't remember because you're trying to cope with that trauma. The amount of people that have their guns pulled out and they say to the person, "What did he look like?" "I don't know," or "I don't know." Some people don't even remember because your brain is shut down.
Well, listen, I mean, for someone to take so many watches with them to do this kind of a deal, someone's brain had to have been shut down even before someone pulled the gun on them, right? I mean,
right.
This is no like, and there's a certain risk that you can take, right? Like maybe taking, let's say you took one Platon, right? One of these watches, right? And it was stolen. Now I don't think they would have went out of business if one of these watches were stolen. But this is such a risk. It's completely business breaking situation. We have just a few super chats here. Bright Blue Comet, $2. Cars and Chrono, can we I guess hear the 6 watches you're selling? Might be interesting buyer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a few Rolex. I mean, listen, I don't want to get into details around what I'm saying. I mean, if you're really interested, I mean, PM me on Instagram. I do have, usually it's so easy for me. There's a private dealer that I work with and he always pays me top dollar. I never have to haggle. It's so smooth versus have to do these private transactions. But it's primarily, just to let you guys, it's a Rolex, predominantly Rolexes and let's see, a Grand Seiko I've got. I'm really just trying to get to a core set of pieces. But I mean, I think you guys know me, right? The piece I usually get, they're pretty kind of special, unique. So it could be interesting if folks are really curious about them.
I think Alex, you made a good point. About
one second, just 1 second, because I got a few more things here. One quick announcement, and then we're gonna continue. Lone Star said, "No way, it's a stunt. He got played by a dealer." That's what it looks like. And Bright Blue Comment says, "Alex, Timepiece Gentleman admitted they screwed up, and they were too lax."
Was he insured though? Can I ask? Was he insured?
I just don't know if insurance would even cover something like this. It's a little bit.
I don't understand why somebody in America would steal those watches because the crime, once they get caught, as far as I know, in America, they take that stuff serious.
Well,
in the UK,
probably,
it's a perfect crime because they don't do anything over here.
Rolex international currency. They'll take this somewhere else. They'll take it to China. They'll take it to India. They'll take it to Middle East. Who knows?
Alex, ever wondered where those cheap watches on Chrono 24 come from when they are so cheap from China or Russia?
Look, you'll be surprised how you stay in the same place. Like when I had two robberies, some serious robberies myself, and they ended up in the. I might as well say this for it's finished. But they ended up in Hatton Garden, one of the worst places you could buy a watch in London.
Right.
Now, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for saying that, but some of the most dodgiest watch dealers in the UK, unfortunately, come from certain places like Hatton Garden.
Wow.
And that's true, because even the police did number plate checks on the amount of cars that go through Hatton Garden, and over 40% of the number plates were known to the police.
Oh, dear God.
Wow.
Rich, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. We also got Air King Ben with the $10 super chat. We should all wear either a Speedy, Air King, or Lady Size Explorer 1. Lady Size Explorer 1 in 2022 will disorient and confuse the criminals.
Sure. Very good idea.
Smart thinking. We also got Uncle Django, £1.79. Anthony's video looked like a Netflix pitch to me. Very interesting. So he make a video. We'll take a look at it in maybe in the next half hour. Just really quickly, we got 188 people watching. Just want to make a quick service announcement, guys. A really good viewer of mine sent me this Tissot PRX. Check it out. It's the Tissot PRX. I'm doing a giveaway at 6,000 subscribers, so make sure you are subscribed. I'll make a video details about this. The automatic one too. I thought it was going to be quartz, but that's automatic. Incredible piece, guys. If you're watching this video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. I'll make a video on how you can win this 6,000 subs, because I'm also giving away a Tudor Black Bay at 10,000. Obviously, that was way too many. So we're working on building the channel. Sorry for that brief interruption. Let's get back to
Joseph Wright thinks it's a shitter. Joseph Wright said it's a shitter.
Hey, you know what? It's a great. Actually, you know what? It's a great starter watch. It's expensive too. It's like $800 freaking dollars. This is not cheap. Yeah, brand new. Trust
me. Having owned shitters, it's not a shitter.
This is not a shitter. This is no Pagani designs.
Tim, in your collection right now. Oh, what were you saying, OC?
No, I don't think that's a shooter. I actually own that watch, and it's easily the best-selling, best-reviewed stainless steel watch under $1,000 in 2021.
Yep. There you go. There we go. The OC has spoken.
In your collection right now, which one of your Rolexes would you least be bothered by if you were to get robbed?
Me?
Yeah. Sort of questions.
Basically, he's asking.
I'd be devastated. I'd be totally and completely.
Tim, be honest. It's a Daytona because it's mine. So you'd
right. The Daytona is not even mine. So obviously the Daytona. You go.
If it came for you, if it came for an Explorer, it will say, "Where's your watch?" Because obviously this is your wife's.
Yeah.
Can I ask everyone a question on here? I ask everyone a question on here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If TPG didn't do that crazy ass stunt that he did with his trying to gain more subscribers and trying to, and this happened, would you say that you would genuinely think, you know what? There's no kind of shenanigans going on.
Yeah, I think that's it's got a bearing on my thoughts straight away because of what he did last time. Mud sticks, absolutely sent with me. Yeah,
I do not believe for 1 second that it's an insurance job. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't think he would do that. He doesn't come across to me as as like that. But I do
Yeah,
think
I don't
that
think
the
so.
past,
I don't think.
I think
And
the
then
past
again-
situation has caused a lot of problems for him now.
Right.
And especially when this has happened, it's caused more problems for his reputation. Because you can lose your reputation in 1 second. It takes many years to build it.
Gain it. Well, okay. What about a publicity stunt rather than doing it for insurance? Doing it to get, just for a publicity stunt, like the last
I don't
one
think
was.
it's legal.
If he did that in America, as far as I know, it's a crime. You can't, to get the police involved and to mess them
I
around.
was saying earlier. I mean, insurance fraud is not some. I mean, that's some serious heavy shit you're starting to go into beyond marketing, right? That's why I'm a little bit skeptical. Right?
Yeah,
and he knows eyes would be beyond this, irrespective of marketing, right? Once you get lawyers and cops involved and insurance investigators, it's a whole different ballgame there, right?
Can we get real for a second? The 99% of the TPG haters are keyboard warriors who aren't his customers and don't do business with him, and they consume his content for free. So they have no skin in the game whatsoever. They watch him for entertainment purposes. Yeah. And sure, that stuff that he pulled, that added fuel to the fire because they were already upset with his lavish, lifestyle and eating at Nick and Sam's every night and all that stuff. And so, now that there's another incident, they're kind of gleeful and laughing. Look what happened.
Yeah, which is terrible. I cannot believe that people love what has happened to him. That's disgusting.
Yeah, no,
a lot of people are jealous of him. Like I said, he's a good-looking guy. He's got a lot of charisma. He's got a lot of ambition. He's got a lot of drive. He did some jail time. He spent some time in the NIC, as we say in the UK. He's managed to overcome that. He's building his life. He's been honest about that. I don't think it was great what he did with his marketing strategy. By no means am I any better than him or a better businessman than him. No, I'm just being honest. I just think in this business, it's all about trust. And you're dealing with high-end watches and you're dealing with people that want to be private. And as soon as you break that, you can cause a lot of problems long-term.
Did Anthony have not Anthony, was it Marco, did he have a watch on his wrist at the time? Did that get taken? So why didn't he take the wrist? Why didn't he take the one off his wrist? I mean, surely he's going to have something nice on his wrist. And the question is, if he did, why didn't he take that? Why didn't he take that off him?
Watch.
Sorry?
As far as I've heard, somewhere they didn't take Marco's watch.
Yeah, okay, a bit strange. Why didn't they take? Well, they got a gun. They could just say you have that off your wrist as well. It's an extra watch.
The only thing I can think. Yeah, but the only thing I can think of is that in order to make the robbery as fast as possible, they basically said, hand over the backpack, and the backpack gets handed over, and boom, they're out of there. You don't have to wait for someone to take a risk.
Yeah.
By the time he takes it off. Also, when you're telling someone to take off their watch while you're robbing them, it could look very suspicious to the surrounding people. Whereas if you just walk up to someone, just say, take off the backpack, and you hide kind of. They said they were robbed at a gunpoint. So when the gun was pulled, maybe they angled it in such a way that only Marco could see it, and he's just like, okay, here you go, here's the backpack.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I guarantee you're going to see a permanent change in Marco, and maybe in Anthony as well, because this sort of thing, you don't forget, is always in you. It cuts you. It's just an emotional. That's why it's always good to go and see a therapist or see. I'm not saying that I'm giving him advice, but I'm just saying, because it's something that is always in the back of your mind when you're closing the shop, when you're walking down the street, when you're going to meet a client. You're just thinking, is that? Luckily, do I recognize that face? That looks familiar. It plays on you.
Wow. Luckily, we have a shrink, Ron the shrink, in our community. He can help out with that. I don't think so, though. It's
somebody reckons Marco's watch was taken. Someone said it was taken, and
it was. Yeah, but I mean, Marco is known for always carrying 2 or 3 vintage pieces with him at all times in a watch roll in a pretty flashy Louis Vuitton backpack. So it's not hard to figure out. Even if you were, even if you were not doing a watch deal, even if some thug encountered him on the street or knew who he was, to take that bag and know they have 3 vintage Daytonas pretty easily.
It's a $4,000 backpack.
And a
Mr.
$4,000
Perpetual
backpack.
has a good point to the question why they didn't take Marco's watch. It's a little bit late, but I didn't want to interrupt them.
Yeah, but someone said in the chat that they did take his watch and the cash. One of the persons said that. This record, Brian.
Okay.
Brian in the chat has said they did take his watch and cash.
How does Brian
well as
know
the rest
that
of them.
they took his watch?
I don't know. Ask Brian. Ask him. Brian, comment then. How do you know they definitely took his? They
Yeah,
definitely
we
took his
can't
watch
say
and
that on
cash.
here
It's
if
not
we
been
don't know if
documented.
it's true or not.
I said it's not been documented. So, if you know, how does he know?
Listen, the good news, the silver lining out of all of this is we're not talking about that goddamn Oyster Perpetual turquoise blue watch anymore.
Oh my God.
Thank God.
Unless
I
he was
was
wearing one of them
about
on
to
his
start.
wrist. Unless he had
I
one on his
suspect-
wrist, and that.
Yeah.
Thank God. I mean, I was all out of
A lot of
topic.
content. A lot of content on the Oyster Perpetual.
There was zero, guys. I gotta tell you, there was zero content to make. So this is a perfect timing. I just really quickly have to make a change here. 1 second. There we go.
Wonder how many super chats Archie's gonna be getting today based on this content. Gonna squeeze it out for a few days.
Ooh.
Super chat.
We've got to hand it to Archie. He's the one who from very early on was critical of Anthony's lifestyle, flamboyance, and lack of security.
Yeah. The lack of security. He was harping on that endlessly.
Yeah.
Uh,
And the thing about what Alex said, Anthony should have more experience than Anthony would, and he should have proper precautions taken with the. He's been dealing for a longer time than Anthony. He should, have the ability to take better precautions, and do something like this at a bank or something.
This is why I wasn't trying to be rude to Cars and Chrono, which I really admire and appreciate. I love listening to him, but
there's no problem to be as rude to Cars and Chrono as you have to be.
Sorry, no, I don't. I just think it's more of like there's an ego involved here, and I will say that. I think when you're carrying that much stock, you should have more than one security. Actually, you should make it a priority that they have to come to you. Isn't that the whole point of having this your premises, having one-person policy or maybe two-person policy with ID, cameras, but you're going out of your comfort zone to go meet somebody with all those watches. I just find that really weird.
Alex, I think they were in the mode of think of what kind of incredible content this was going to make. I mean, a video, a vlog titled "Delivering $1 million worth of watches to a dealer." It's like a deal of a lifetime. It's a viral video title. You like. They were probably thinking about the video and the content that they would make out of this, and they completely forgot. I mean, it is about they're blending two things, right? They're blending doing the live stream and also doing their job, right? The live stream meaning the video and their actual job, right?
The irony, Tim, is that for someone who spent the last year or 2 years documenting all of the shenanigans with his business, and now he has a daily vlog, Anthony Sarah does, where he does the day in the life of Anthony for 20 or 40-minute videos every single day. The irony is that the one time the videographer is not there is when Marco gets robbed, and you don't have any footage of the suspects or any footage of anything else. Isn't that a little perplexing that you're creating all this content, and the one time you really need to have the videographer there?
Really? Is that what they said? Is this what he said, that the videographer wasn't there, that they weren't making the video? Or maybe they do have some footage. But right, if I was making this type of deal, I would have my camera rolling
the whole time.
throughout. Yeah. It would have been. I would have my vlogging camera on the table, facing me as the guy goes away. And I would catch that. Me being robbed.
Yeah.
Live.
The police
raw,
may have footage. The
uncut.
police may have it. They've got footage. The police may have it. The police may have the footage. They've taken it.
Possible.
What up to whatever footage there is, if there is any.
Timwrite orders a scotch and soda. It's documented on camera.
Yeah.
I mean, Tim, at the end of the
Guys,
day,
no more drinking.
he's probably watching this right now. He's going to take a clip out of this for his next video. So stay tuned, everybody.
Yeah, about how all the naysayers are second guessing his security.
DC and LV, $2. Timepiece Gentleman drama is the gift that keeps on giving. Sad. Yeah, man, that is quite brutal. Brian Farah, before the robbery, considered the limo driver or a client's private driver that is not armored as his security. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of Marcellus Parrott was involved as well.
That's a fact. We know that.
Oh, yeah. DC J. Alex, how much is the business of Watch Deal a long game and Netflix show in the making? I don't know.
What does that mean?
That's a little incoherent.
What does that mean?
Well, I think you suggested that they're it kind of looks like they're making they're pitching actually. So Anthony,
I said or sorry.
Well, I think 1 second. Let me just stop the screen share. Let me share a new screen here.
Tim, pull up Watches 63. His comment right there. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, the other thing that people are commenting on is that Anthony is well known for showing these watches on his wrist, the Rainbow Daytona, the AP, what's it called, the Black Panther, and then recently he got the one with the orange bezel with the mother of pearl diamond Daytona, and he's always showing off these watches. It turns out none of them are actually his; they're actually client watches that are on consignment that he's selling.
Well, he's the mannequin for the watches. He's the mannequin, right? He's showing you what you would look like if you had that watch. You see? Watch 63 says that the fact that Anthony has put 250,000 reward mean he wasn't insured. That's not what it means, but it's maybe he doesn't want to go through the risk. Maybe he kind of thinks, oh, maybe they might not be covered. Who knows? And he's thinking, let's.
I mean, if you did have insurance, why would you care to give $250 if you know your insurance company is going to cover it?
Because it creates publicity. And so this is another criticism of Anthony, is that he's very slimy and sneaky with his word. Remember when he created the Facebook group that was supposed to be an investment, the investors, you're going to have own part of the company. And then suddenly it became, oh, well, you're just buying access to a Facebook chat for $2,000. He's very slippery that way. So if you read that Instagram post or whatever it is, he says, listen, I'll give you $250,000 if 4 people are arrested and convicted. You know how hard it's going to be to actually arrest the 4 people and convict them? I mean, that could take years and years and years. So he always has an out. He can say, oh, well, they were arrested, but they weren't convicted. Or they only arrested 3 of the guys and not the 4th one. So I don't have to pay you. But that is where the criticism of Anthony is always valid, is that he's always playing fast and loose with these things to dupe his audience. And his audience is so gullible, they fall for it every time.
He always sounds more than the substance really is. I totally agree with you, and I had the same thoughts when I saw his reward of 250,000.
But the gullible people just read it and go, "Oh, great, 250,000."
Yeah.
And then he comes back and says, "Oh well, the 4th guy wasn't convicted. He took a plea deal."
Oh, see, he said leads to a conviction. Information that leads to a conviction. Can I just quickly say? These guys film, if I'm not mistaken, about 3 days. And I was watching Anthony talking to Marco about this LA meetup. everything's out there. They put everything out there. This was going to happen to somebody like Timepiece Gentleman. If you watch YouTube, you know where these guys are. You know what they have. You know where they're meeting. I do think it was a setup for sure. From what I've heard and read and seen on Instagram, I think it's definitely a setup. But it was going to happen. It wasn't, if, it was when. I mean, you can tell where these guys are going, where they're flying. It's in the subject of the bloody video.
That's why I think. It might not have been a setup. I think maybe they were just traced. People probably just traced them. There's a lot of smart people out there. They could.
Can I ask a question to our friends over the pond? So, what's the penalties if somebody gets busted with like an expensive watch, right? I'm not talking about misdemeanors, but like a $50,000 watch and they get caught. What's the do you get jail time over there? Like in California, a big issue in California is that why you see, I don't know if you've seen footage of people ransacking department stores and stealing like little stores, like because up to about like $950,000, it's a misdemeanor. I mean, that's why sometimes cops don't even care. Above that, though, when you're in grand theft, it could be upwards of 3 years, and even depending upon the value, every year there's another year tagged on.
In the UK, it's like a stern talking to if you get caught.
2 days.
Yeah.
2 days in prison in the UK.
If you get caught with like $100,000 watch that you stole,
they don't do nothing. The best place to steal watches is in the UK. Honestly, they don't give you anything.
Why is that?
They don't care.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I've dealt with the police because I do a lot of seizures of assets. So I check the watches to see if they're real. And the amount of times that they convict somebody over proceeds of crime, or if they've stolen those watches, they get hardly anything. And I mean hardly anything.
I should move to the UK then.
Wow. Oh, geez. So, I mean, it would be a free-for-all then. Like, everybody should be stealing watches over there,
Well, they do in London. In London, there's loads of gangs that just watches, and the police don't want to get involved. And especially, this is if you want to, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, by no means, but I feel as though when the police officers go to a new property in terms of a business that's run by young watch dealers, and they don't have insurance, and they have lots of watches, they almost say, well, you're fueling this illegitimate gains. So they're almost saying, you're fueling it, we don't really care. They don't say that, but they don't really bother to investigate what happened because they see them, which is wrong, but they generalize on a lot of dealers in the UK because they feel as though they're taking in cash and they're helping the crime, which they're not. But you understand what I mean?
Yeah. Are you allowed to carry
a
knife or blade to defend yourself in London or UK?
No, Chad. No, 3-inch blades. 3-inch blade is like I think you get questioned, but 3-inch blade is the biggest you can actually have around, even in your house, really.
But if you have a 3-inch blade, you're legally carrying that. And you're defending yourself. Somebody's like you think maybe you're in danger. You kill someone if somebody's trying to steal your watch. Are you then fight for defending
probably.
yourself?
Yeah, you fight. Yeah, they could. Yeah, you'd have to really sort of like turn around and say self-defense and prove it. If you've got video cameras and everything, you can see it was 3 people on one, and you're really having a good old go. Maybe but they generally put a bad slant on it unless you can really prove it. There's some circumstances where they'll say but it's not.
I agree with Jamie's
like
comment here. I agree with Jamie's comment.
Jamie Opulence, you're also able to figure out the themes just by watching 50 hours of their content. Where they go, gyms, supermarkets, restaurants, etc. Themes are easily noted and exploited. And we got Paul Silicius, $5 super chat. Burping hard! Where are you when we need you? He's probably listening, but burping hard, jump. Wait, he's probably working. He's working. Probably chasing wristwatch criminals. We got the Watch Guy Inc. in the chat. Hey, Tim, great panel. Can I join? But saying hello. Thank you. Let's see here. Kitchen knives are banned in the UK.
What?
Wow.
No, they're not.
You
They're
can't.
not standing out.
Not in the
You
kitchen.
couldn't carry on the street. You fucked if you carry on the street. Yeah, God's
No,
sake,
you can't.
know.
Yeah, exactly. Teen Tickers is right. You can't
Wait,
carry
what
around
happens
knives.
if you guys
Jesus.
get caught with a knife, like a kitchen knife, on you?
I mean, all right. If your job as a chef and you've got them in a roll in the bottom of a gym bag, in the boot, maybe, and the police stop you on a stop and search for some reason, maybe you can say, "Look, I work at the restaurant. I'm on the way to work. I've got my smock with me here. They're in a bag in the bottom there. I can't reach them easily." Yeah, you'd be all right there. But no, you can't just.
But
have
so
one in
let me
your
just
jacket.
clarify. But if it's a 3-inch blade, it's legal in London. 3 inches.
Yes, yeah. I can carry a blade. I can carry a blade in my workshop because I use it. So if someone tried on with me and I stabbed them, I wouldn't get in trouble.
But how about if I don't have a reason to carry a knife? Can I legally still just carry a 3-inch blade
in your pocket?
You can, yeah. As far as I know, you can carry a 3-inch blade. But if you are caught on camera using that blade first for no reason, then you're going to have a problem. But if you're at work and someone bursts in, like if you have a shotgun license and you've just been clay shooting or pheasant shooting, and someone comes in your house and you shoot them, as long as you don't shoot them in the back, you shoot them from the front. I know that sounds crazy. You'll be fine. Okay, you won't be fine.
Doesn't really sound crazy because they're running with them. Is it hard to get a firearm license in London, in UK, for your home? For your home only.
As long as you don't have any speeding fines and you've never been convicted, and you have a reason for a firearm, maybe you live on a farm, or maybe you want to start learning how to shoot. You have to be squeaky clean, and they will interview you as well.
Like, let's say you're living in the city and you just want to protect yourself at home. That's the reason.
No. You can't. You can't have it for the flat or your house. No, you have to have a reasonable reason to want to use a shotgun for clays or pheasant shooting on somebody's farm or your own farm.
Okay, someone on the chat has said about you can't carry a blade, period. I've just Googled it. It says UK knife law allows you to carry non-locking pocket knives with a blade length up to 3 inches without any need for a valid reason. That's what it says here for UK knife law. Non-locking, that's what it says here.
Yeah.
What about like one of the multi-tools? Can you carry a multi-tool?
As long as the blade, I think, is less
than 3 inches?
Or
I don't know. Is that?
Look,
I think it's less.
At the end of the day, a lot of these criminals aren't scared to like have knives on them, so I don't get why anybody should. It looks like you don't even get enough time for being a criminal and having a blade on you, so being a regular pedestrian and having it shouldn't really matter too much.
One of the arguments from the NRA in the U.S. is that the reason why you just can't get away with guns like they did in Australia is there's just too many guns here in America. It's just readily accessible. If a criminal wants a firearm, there's a way to get the firearm, only because there are just so many. I mean, is that the case in the UK where there are a lot of legal firearms? Like, how difficult is it for a criminal to get a firearm for, nefarious?
In the UK, in the UK firearm. Look, there's gangs
off
in
the street.
Oh, illegally.
Illegally, yeah.
Illegally. You have to know the underground or gangsters that will have firearms, shotguns or sawn-off shotguns. But if you get caught with that, you're getting automatic 7 years. Now, even if you get caught with a taser gun, you get 7 years. So a taser gun is the same as a firearm.
Jeez.
Now, even if you have a shotgun license and you get caught with a non-registered firearm, you'll have your shotgun license taken off you. If you don't equip your shotgun license properly in your house, and the inspectors come knocking on your door one day while you're brushing your teeth, and your shotguns are out, or you've borrowed a shotgun and you've not told the police, you'll lose your firearm license.
Ooh.
They're very, very, very strict. I remember when they used to come to my house.
Taser, though. I mean, that's bonkers.
Hey, Speedy Hernandez, $5 super chat. That's why I'm not allowed in the UK. These hands are lethal weapons. By the way, I heard that like if you have like some training with like fist fighting, that your like fist could be considered as a weapon.
That's not exactly true.
What?
Hydrate. And by the way, 3-inch blade isn't really going to do much. Isn't pepper spray far more effective in the sense that you can create a huge distance between the perpetrator and yourself, and you can incapacitate the perpetrator pretty easily, rather than having to get up close with a blade to defend yourself.
Air King Ben, $5 super chat. We carry crocodile Dundee knives in Australia.
That's a knife.
Oh, you thought that's a knife? That's a knife. And Uncle Junga, £1.79. Where is Chuck Norris when you need him?
Anthony, by the way, was well known for rocking his, yellow gold Daytona to the gym. Tim, you don't go to the gym, so I can't ask you this question. But maybe for those of you who do go to the gym and actually take care of themselves, would you rock your nice watch at the gym?
I would not wear anything more than an Apple Watch at all.
Okay. No chance. Yeah. No chance. No.
G-Shock. It'd be a G-Shock if we had to go. Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't even want to watch in the gym in the first place. That just sounds like a pain in the ass trying to work out and you have a watch on your wrist.
I think it's unanimous. And again, Tim is completely exempt because there's no chance that he would ever be in a gym.
Listen, Jamie's asking about knuckle dusters. No, they are banned. Knuckle dusters are absolutely banned.
Knuckle dusters are illegal as well. And also, if you get charged or arrested, and the police can't find anything on you for what they charged you for, and you have a knuckle duster, then you're in trouble.
Same with balisong knives as well. Those butterfly knives, they're fucking banned as well.
Tim, I am going to be waiting outside the London Watch Show for every watch person because it looks like a free-for-all in the UK for you guys.
Well, I always walk with the red shovel. Have you seen red shovel ever before? And the night wristwatchman? Good luck.
What?
I work with the detail. Whenever I'm in the UK. I go everywhere with the security detail. I try.
Somebody asking about nunchuckers. Cool nunchuckers are illegal as well.
As a cucumber. Also, 2022. I'm a new man, guys. New man. I'm gonna drink way less. Be on my toes all the time, watching everything. Never go anywhere without anyone. So,
yeah, I can attest to that. One drink last night. Only one drink.
Yeah. What did I say? I think I'm permanently traumatized.
Tim. I know the theme today is about guns, but did you watch? Did you catch the end of Archie's stream yesterday?
No, I did not. Not yet. Hello, Asheen.
Hey man, sorry, I gotta mute it here. Sorry, fellas.
Yeah, you should check it out. The tail end. There's a lot of folks really concerned about you, man.
I heard
took
that
up like close to almost an hour of their stream talking about.
Listen, Cars, I heard that Archie went on his panel went on full social justice warrior mode and cancel culture mode. Is Archie now a cancel culture advocate and SJW?
Yeah,
this is what I heard. This is just what I heard, but we'll see today.
Are you going to go on his panel?
Oh yeah, today. Asheen.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, are you making a video over there? It looks like you got the camera set up.
I've got, the place is a mess right now. I've got stuff all over the place. I've been buying some new gear to do the live thing a little bit better.
Oh, very nice.
Very
nice.
What we bought, O'Shane? What game you bought, mate? What game you got?
I got like a screen. I was doing a live thing the other day. Hello, guys, by the way. Hello, everybody.
Hello, O'Shane.
Alex, great to see you again, brother. How are you? And I did the live stream and I couldn't read anything because it was a tiny little screen. It was a little MacBook Air thing that I was using. I made a bit of an idiot of myself. Like, I was reading everybody's names wrong. It was almost like Archie level. So I got a bigger screen for that. I have a huge screen for the editing, but I didn't want to use that. So anyway, blah blah blah. All these cables and connections, also to use a DSLR or a mirrorless actually with this StreamYard stuff, just like Tim does. It requires some cabling and some messing around. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So the place is kind of a mess. I'm also making dinner, but I was just listening to you guys, and I figured I'd come on for a second for if you're interested in another.
Yeah, we want to know
an extra perspective.
What you think about this Timepiece Gentleman Scandal 2.0?
Isn't that what it is? It's so funny. Like, I think someone was mentioning earlier there, like, when you hear about someone being robbed, it's not nice, but one can't help. I'm not going to ignore the fact that a lot of people are going to somebody's moving around and shifting and stuff. Is that me?
That's you. That's you.
Well, that's me.
Yeah, because you got.
No, I feel it sounds like someone's moving their chair or something.
Oh, I think that's you.
See, I haven't moved a second. There's something else. There's movement going on. All right. Anyway, I sent a message to Anthony because, just let him know that I put out all the serial numbers to the various folks around here in Italy, because a lot of stolen watches wind up here. Now the Italians are very, very scrupulous people because of their history.
Yeah,
you try and sell a watch here nude with no or naked. Nudo, I'm using the Italian, the naked watch here. It's very, very hard. They're not into it. They don't like a naked watch here because no one trusts anyone here. It's the birthplace of modern organized crime, as we all know. But despite that, a lot of watches like that wind up here, and these things have box and papers, or at least they have papers, correct? So some of them might wind up here. So I put out the word today. I just let Anthony know, like, sorry to hear that. And I put out the word here for whatever that means. We may get lucky and catch someone. Who knows? All we can do is put it out there. But the other question comes up. Isn't that so funny that people, under no other circumstances would people ever think, hold on, is this a PR stunt? Like, no, that would just never happen. If I put out, God forbid, if I put out a video going, God, guys, I've been robbed, Jesus. None of you would think, even it wouldn't enter your mind. Now, it didn't enter my mind, and I think the guy is genuine. And of course, I feel bad for what happened to him. Must be awful, Jesus, so much money. But
I would instantly think it's the ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, she crawled in the window. Isn't it an odd situation now that we're all, even Paul mentioned it in his video. Paul Thorpe, he mentioned it earlier. If anybody makes a comment like this guy deserves it, of course no one deserves it, dude. Of course not. But isn't it terrible? I almost felt guilty when I saw that thing go out last night, like that headline. Now there's a video on it which I have not watched yet. All in capitals with exclamation marks, guaranteed to get clicks. And it's just, I almost feel guilty that I'm thinking that I had that thought for a second, shit, is this a stunt, another stunt, or is this, what's the angle? You know what I mean?
I actually messaged Paul because I saw Paul Thorpe make a video and then pull it down, and I freaked out. I thought, wait a minute, why did Paul maybe?
Oh, is that video gone?
It's gone.
Because he mentioned in the video that he didn't think it was a good idea that the guy published the suspected conspirator. This guy who we met to do, or Marco met to do the deal, that he published his picture, his face, which is, that's good advice. You don't know. It's still alleged. And if you make that public, They're open to defamation and so on. You could even undo certain parts of an eventual discovery case later.
Oisin, you couldn't do that in UK though, Oisin.
You couldn't do what?
You couldn't show someone's face that's under suspicion unless they're charged, which I'm really surprised he's done that.
No.
Well, he can go ahead and do it, but he can pay the price for it. You can do whatever you want. You can walk into a bank and rob it if you want, but then you might get caught and pay the price. So he can go ahead and do it, but then the ramifications of that could be, and including the UK, the ramifications coming later would be the other thing, and it will be up to a legal team or assistant district attorney or district attorney to move on that if they thought that was grounds. But he seems very sure. Now, you guys were chatting. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to come on for a second. I don't want to take over the conversation, guys, because you were having a great conversation. But somebody was mentioning that Marco's watch didn't get stolen. I think if I understood correctly what I read, the other guy's watch didn't get stolen.
That's right.
So the other guy went to the bathroom and probably made a call. I was with my Italian guys earlier. They've got a store here. They've been in the business, generations. And the minute I was trying to explain to them what happened, and the minute I said he went to the bathroom, they just went like this. Like the Italians who can read this shit with their eyes closed. They're like, oh yeah. So he went to the bathroom to say, yeah, the coast is clear. You can come now, and rip him off. He came back. They didn't take his watch. If he was a little smarter, he would have worn, I don't know, any watch. Doesn't matter, because he's going to get it back later when he meets them, wherever he's meeting them, if he is the conspirator.
But wouldn't that be in the phone record, and the police could identify there was a phone call at this time? I was actually thinking maybe it's less suspicion because that's perfect time. Like if they're being watched, if they can see one guy leaving, it's much easier to rob one person than two.
I would assume, I agree, Tim. I would assume that he wouldn't even need to go to the bathroom. That might have been just coincidence. They probably were just scouting them out at the moment he stepped away.
Well, you'll find the extra caution. You'll find extra caution. A friend of mine was in a very like a really horrific scam only maybe less than 6 months ago. And he was telling me about the whole thing, and he's going to make a little documentary about it. You'll find that they have plan A, plan B, plan C put out. This guy was getting ripped off for money, Bitcoin deal for cash. And when the whole thing went down, he spotted lots of other people out there outside. He was meeting these people in a hotel. He saw people outside. These were all, we were going through it, inch by inch, scanning every moment that happened that day. And what they do is they get ready for if something goes down, if they notice they're being ripped off, they get ready. And plan C is some crazy dude who's done a lot of time with a lot of tattoos, probably, right? Sorry to offend anybody with tattoos out there, but a lot of jailhouse tattoos, and he's ready to shoot anyone, and he's on the street. So if it gets to that, so they put together their plan. This guy didn't know if Marco was going to show up. Let's assume he's the conspirator, which isn't proven at all in any way yet. This guy doesn't know Marco's going to show up on his own. He doesn't know if all the watches are going to be in the bag. He doesn't know if everything's going to go down well. What if Marco just happens to bring his mate along? Or as someone else mentioned there earlier, how come the camera wasn't there at the very moment? These guys who film every moment of their lives didn't film a big deal. Seems a little odd, right? That's a shame that happened. But, it might take that, Now wait, make sure there's no one around. I flipped computers in New York City for 20 years, and I've been in terrible situations. I haven't revealed much of that on the channel. I've had guns put in my face and so on. Anytime I've been ripped off, they're always extra cautious. They have a plan B just in case you turn out to be a cop, just in case you happen to have a friend waiting outside. They will sit outside in the car and watch the place for 20 minutes, you know? So yeah. I'm just saying when I heard that he went to the bathroom, I was like, it was definitely a call. That's what I
still think it was a bad move. I still think it was a bad move by showing that person's face that they think may have been involved. I don't think that was a good move.
That could undermine discovery. Bad. In the discovery process, that could get nulled. You know, the law is a very interesting thing. There's one thing what we think is right, it's another thing in a courtroom. And then if you're looking for justice in a courtroom, as a good lawyer friend of mine always says, you don't go looking for justice in the courtroom. You won't find it. So that could be a problem.
Yeah, could get it chucked out if someone was really on the case. You could chuck it out just for that one thing. Yeah,
it could.
Could I say something?
Yeah.
First of all, all the stars and everybody that is here, cheers and happy. I mean, Merry Christmas. Okay.
Yeah.
This is number one. Number two, you guys think that this is too good to be true? I mean, he already did like a scandal once, and everybody was talking about him in the first time. So why not do it again?
Yeah.
So you're coming in from that
in the watch world today.
Yeah. Listen,
so what you're saying?
They did the scandal one time. And they become so notorious for having low security, right? They brought a lot of unwanted attention, and that caused, for this to happen.
Dude, O'Sheen, man, you're so loud, bro. Just that point.
Am I
a lot of background noise here, bro.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Show us what you're making there, at least. You're like so Marcelo at the kitchen making the steak.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I can just mute you like that. That's it. It's okay.
Better?
Oh.
It's okay.
True Italian. He's a true Italian.
He's making a pizza. He's making a pizza over there.
What you making? What's for dinner?
Homemade pizza.
I'm just making some steam. I'm just making some steamed broccoli. Is the volume any better, fellas?
It's a little bit better.
The volume is great. Oh, Shane, I just want to say that since I saw that video that you did with the team, I don't stop shaking the glass in my hand. It become like, it almost reminds me when we used to play as a kid with Ziploc. So I'm all the time is absolutely addicted, and I'm starting to like it.
That's cool, man.
Tim, you need to get Marco from TPG on the show. It looks like Paul did an interview with Anthony on the last one. You need to interview Marco. Get him on the show.
I messaged Anthony if he wants to come onto the show.
Wow, did you? Excellent.
Of course they did.
Wow.
What do you think? What do you think this is? This is I'm putting in the hours, mate. Trying to bring in all the different voices. He hasn't replied, but he's seen my message.
There is like 100% proof that wasn't illustrated. Maybe there's already proof that this is real, or
well, look, I mean, all the signs point that it is real. I mean, think about it. I don't think you can accuse other people of being, criminals. Also, making this big deal, posting the serial numbers that these watches are stolen. These are going to go into some kind of register already. This is not legal. They would, if they said that this is if this was a fake robbery, completely staged, or maybe no robbery at all, then I don't know. I don't think this is illegal. It's real. It definitely happened.
But what you can fairly say is that they were incompetent, because the same person that they were accusing of being involved in this setup and posting his picture, being interrogated or questioned or whatever, is the same person they thought was qualified for a $1 million deal a couple of hours earlier. So that just shows you that they had no background checks. They didn't vet this guy. They didn't qualify him. They didn't do any due diligence. They flew to Los Angeles to meet with someone who was a complete unknown. And then...
Well, I got to tell you, probably maybe somebody vouched for him. I don't know.
Doesn't matter who vouched for him. Doesn't matter who vouched for him. Can I just ask, they're definitely not his watches. Are they consignment watches 100%?
Well, some of them got him a consignment piece.
Anthony made a video this afternoon, and in that video, he was talking with Marco, and he was saying that he was in the process of calling all the consignees to let them know that their watches were stolen.
So that means there will be legalities involved regarding the recovery of those watches. So that means he must have a contract. And if his contract says goods in transit are not insured, then he's not liable. But there's a good chance that he has signed a contract with them saying that goods are insured whether or not in transit. So that means there's going to be court cases against the watches if they're not his.
Yeah.
The question is he wasn't engaged in insured transit. Transit means you send something via FedEx insured, not that you put something in your backpack and you hop on a plane and you're in a restaurant.
I'm insured for goods in transit by post. I'm insured with goods on me. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I apologize. You're right. There's two variations of insurances. I'm insured on both, but you'll find that goods on you is not as high. Or if you do want it to be as high, it's extremely expensive. I mean, I could buy a Rolex every year for the amount of insurance I have to pay, which is ridiculous. But I'm guessing he's not insured.
And that's business insurance. It's not covering pieces that are on you for personal use. It's covering.
It is covering. It covers for both. It covers me for both. Covers me for both.
So what is the idea? The idea is now. Sorry, Alexander. Your RM was stolen, and basically, I cannot help. I cannot give you money. Nothing. That's it. Finished.
Brian's put in the chat about the. Tim, do you want to bring Brian's comment up? He said there were 3 consignment watches. He's got some information about to do with Alex's question on whether there were consignment watches or not.
Super chat too.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Sean W, $2.79 super chat. Why no security or meet in a secure place with $1 million? Well, I think maybe they thought it was secure, and then you said, Brian. I mean,
yeah. I want to know what the panel thinks. If you are a co-signee, would you want, even if they do get these watches back, would you want your watch back with their serial numbers being blasted all over the internet?
There's too much made of serial numbers being published. I don't think it's a big deal. If you're in the dealer chats, they publish serial numbers all the time.
Right.
I agree. I agree. There's too much made of it.
JB, €5 super chat. No way they have insurance to cover the situation, or else he would not offer 250K reward. Maybe that's gonna look really good to the insurance company that they're doing something to recover. 1 second, Marcel, just mute for a second. Just Uncle John, £1.79. Organized orange bezel Daytona. He traded 3 pieces plus cash.
Yeah, Brian said there were 3 consignment watches. Yeah. Other 7 they own the watches outright. Marco and Anthony would apparently. So that's what he said.
Well, I don't know. Let's
watch this video. I think we need to play the video, guys, don't we?
What's up?
We need to play the video.
Can you hear that?
This video may come as no surprise. I'm sure a lot of you have seen on social media. Some of you this may be the first time you're hearing about this, but my business partner, Marco, was robbed at gunpoint last night in Los Angeles to the tune of about 1.1 million in watches. He was delivering these watches to a dealer that goes by the name of Stephen Tran, and they met at his store, and it was supposed to be a done deal, and then things kind of went south. The first thing I want to stress, and the most important thing, is that Marco is okay. He had a security guard with him. They are both okay. Nobody was hurt. And that is the most important thing. Like watches, the money, all of that is replaceable. A life is not. So, you know, we're very fortunate that nothing happened. We're very lucky that things didn't go worse. That losing that backpack was the only thing that happened. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing, to get straight into the business and what I want to let you guys know, is that 10 watches were stolen. A couple of these pieces are pretty rare and different pieces. So my hope that them popping up somewhere is going to happen. It's going to be very hard to move these pieces without them raising a flag. I mean, by the time you guys are seeing this video, these serial numbers, these watches have been shared across every dealer platform, the whole watch community. I mean, my phone, Marco's phone, have been blowing up the last 10 hours with people like throwing out leads and talking about this. And I mean, it's stuff's unfolding. It's 1,000% this was a setup by this Steven Tran guy. And I'm going to go ahead and show his picture right now. So this picture is a picture Marco took last night as he was getting questioned, followed by this picture of this guy getting questioned by the police. Now,
that looks like broad day, not at nighttime.
Yeah. Diego M, $5. Has anyone considered how negatively this will affect Timepiece Gentleman business? Who are their right mind with consigned pieces with them after this?
Diego's right.
Now,
this
he goes by the
is
name
very good point.
I don't know whether that's his real name or not.
Not just for
Turns
them.
out he doesn't
For
actually
all
work for this jewelry store where
gray
he
market
met
dealers.
Marco. He just brokers deals out of it. But one funny thing about this deal was after they left the jewelry store, he was insistent on Marco taking the watches with him to the bank so he could get paid. Then he insisted on them stopping at a restaurant to eat. 3 minutes or so before they left the restaurant, this kid excused himself to the restroom, comes back, they walk to the car, and 4 guys jump up. 4 guys with guns jump them. Likely coincidence.
In a restaurant.
But what also sticks out is that this kid was wearing a full diamond date jet, a full bust-down diamond date jet.
This kid who they
During
brokered a
robbery,
$1.1 million
which they
deal
didn't
with.
take it. He was also wearing chains. They didn't.
Yeah, I mean, for them to go along with all of this, you know, go to the bank, go here, go to all these different locations. So this guy took them to the restaurant, and that's where they got jumped before going to the bank.
4 guys in a
Why couldn't you go to the
restaurant
bank
day
first?
with witnesses.
Why couldn't you go to
That
the
makes
bank
no
first
sense.
and then go to the restaurant? Yeah, why couldn't you just go to the bank first?
Well, I think Marco
Yeah,
should
it's
have been insistent that we go to the bank and then we have food. Like, why are we going to the restaurant?
So this guy steered him to the restaurant, he says, didn't he? Wow.
There's so many red flags, so many mistakes these guys made.
Cars and Chronos, quick question. Would this be one of the most like high profile watch crimes in Los Angeles at the moment, with there being 4 people with guns in a restaurant robbing somebody? Oh,
It was outside the restaurant. Was it in the restaurant?
Yeah, the only other one that
restaurant?
comes close to this is
Was
the
in.
Richard Mille, right, by the Il Fornell restaurant. That happened earlier this spring, where somebody tried to basically steal an RM off of this guy's wrist. And by the way, it turned out to be a Crip part. These couple of guys from the Crips gang out here that tried to jack him, and he fought him off, and somebody got shot. But I mean, dollar value wise, this is probably the largest that I've heard of, that I've come across.
And this hasn't made the news whatsoever in LA,
Yeah, that's
right?
the weird thing as well. I don't see this on any of the wires out here. Like usually CBS
No.
would pick this up, or any of these news outlets. That's what's a little
Gonna
bit.
search on the web for it. Nothing going on the web at all about it. No sniff at all.
This is a pretty high
Weird.
profile. I mean, it's a lot of dollar amount. I mean, that other one that happened in California.
Big
Now
amount,
that happened in Beverly Hills, right? So that's what was wonky about that. Like in broad daylight, Beverly Hills, a pretty reputable restaurant. Somebody got the Richard Mille sauce.
Carson Chrono, maybe one reason why it's not covered by the serious news outlets is a simple Google research of Timepiece Gentleman brings up this entire marketing stunt that they pulled. So they're probably hesitant of publishing this without double and triple checking. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean,
like I said, yeah.
Possible. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going, yeah.
But somehow they knew to go directly to Marco and say, where are the watches? You know, luckily, Nick, our security guy that was with Marco, was quick enough to think and get a picture of the license plate. And according to what my conversation with Mark just now was, is that within a few hours they pulled this car over and they do have one guy in custody. So, you know, we can only hope that due to the type of crime this is in California and the amount of time these guys are looking at, we can only hope that this becomes a snitching game and they start giving each other up and we recover all this inventory. You know, I do want to go over and give you guys an idea which watches were stolen for those of you that may have not have seen it. To start off, the most rare one out there was the one I just acquired, was the yellow gold Daytona with a mother of pearl diamond dial and the orange sapphire bezel, nicknamed the Seiko. There was also a rose gold AP skeleton, a 41 millimeter. Now, here's the thing. 1 second. If you guys are offered these watches, they're going to be in and around the LA area. The guys are going to want cash. They're probably going to be offering them to you at less than market value to move them, to keep them clean. They're not going to want a receipt. They're not going to want a bank wire, a cashier's check. They're just going to want cash, and they're going to want to move them quickly. Now, Marco did have the cards to these watches, so they may or may not try to sell them as naked watches. They may try to sell them with the cards. They may throw those cards away thinking that that's a way to trace it, because they're criminal. They're not smart. They're not bright. But anyway,
well, now
the
they
know
to keep
orange
them.
sapphire bezel,
They're bright enough to rip
AP
you off.
skeleton, rose gold. There was an AP Pride of China,
I'll trade
which is a
my
two-tone
Datejust
white
for that
dial,
Daytona.
Royal Oak. There was a yellow
watch
gold
it.
green dial,
Watch.
John Mayer Daytona. There was an Oyster Flex Daytona, rose gold with a chocolate dial. There was a platinum Daytona with the baguette bezel and the ice blue dial. There was a rose gold Day-Date with the olive dial, the anniversary. There was a full yellow gold Sky Dweller with a black dial. There was a yellow gold presidential with the like the waffle pattern. They call it the motif dial. And there were a couple other pieces that they're just not on this list. But again,
Can you
guys,
pause
if
it
in
there
the
for a
next
second,
upcoming
Tim?
days you are offered any
There's just-
watches,
I mean, it's just insane. I don't know who was making this point earlier. One of was lots of us at this point, but someone there was making a point. Sorry if I don't know your name. Maybe it was Alex. That what the hell were they doing a deal with some guy they didn't know? They call him a kid, and look at these pieces. It wasn't like they were dropping off an Air King and a Milgauss and a sub to some kid. They were dropping off some of the heaviest hitting pieces literally on the market.
Yeah.
To this
and go
guy,
to a fucking restaurant. Go into a restaurant before
who
you
they
go to the
don't
bank.
know, who they don't know. I mean, apart from the fact that it looks like they've already sealed the deal, they've got the guy because they got one of them. Once they have any lead like that, that's it. Those, if they take him in and arrest him, they're going to sweat him down in a room and find the other guys if the cops are doing their jobs properly. But it just, there's so much to unpack here.
Also,
like,
Asheen,
yeah.
Wait, what is the security? So this security detail, he wasn't I mean, if I was trained security detail professional, I wouldn't let my client to go to restaurant, to go to all these extra locations, make all these extra stops. There are targets. I mean, what?
He could have been in on it.
It's a bit
he could have been in on it.
I blame the security guy. If this was a legitimate security professional, what the hell was he doing allowing Marco going to these extra locations? Just really quick here. JB, €2 super chat. They were bright enough to rob your stupid ass. And it's like, the security guy, what was the security guy thinking?
He wasn't even armed. The security guy wasn't even armed.
Well, but here's the thing. He wasn't there maybe to provide the guns, but he was supposed to be there providing the brains. He should have been telling Marco, hey, we're not going to do it this way. We're going to the bank first. Yeah, we're doing it this way. You know, he should be accounting for all the variables, but he wasn't. And that's
this is unreal, and this is the perfect PR that he's doing.
I blame security guy. I gotta be honest. If it was a legitimate security guy, and DCNLV $2 super chat, property crime doesn't rate with media.
I want to hear what
Marcelo's
Marco
coming
has to
in
say.
for the attitude there of it's totally a PR stunt and it all smells of fakeness. What a shame that we're even in that situation where that would even occur to us. But also, God, I think if I was robbed, I would keep it secret for a while
Exactly.
I talked with the cops, while I figured out what my options were, and then like probably my last option would be to go public and put a guy's face up and try to have the community help me find the watches. I think that would be one of my last things I would do. I mean, there's so much that has to happen before that. And nothing wrong with an Air King, Ben. I know, man. Hey, I should put the thing on, right? Seeing as you're watching.
Fake. Look, the reason I say it's fake because the most stupid person that watch right now this thing going to already smell the stunt from a mile away. I mean, exactly everything that you said when you talk to folks in Italy. Everybody that talk with folks somewhere already smelled something is bad even before the washroom thing. Everything is like a perfect illustrated idea of showing, in other words, is like this. I did one stunt that didn't work well, and a lot of people till today trust me. What if I'm going to be this time the victim? I'm going to play a stunt that's going to show me as a victim. I'm going to
look. I can't be that cynical, Marcelo. I think we all understand where you're coming from, and we can all imagine. We can all fill in the rest of what you're about to say because it's kind of at the back of everybody's mind. I'm sure a lot of the viewers too. I just personally, I can't be that cynical about this. Even though I was an open critic of Anthony when he pulled his quote unquote stunt that time. I did feel like it was a bit reckless and a bit sociopathic, but I actually went on a live stream with the man then like 2 months ago or something with Paul Thorpe 3 months ago, and we were fine. We were just chatting about other stuff, but I can't be that cynical. I mean, if it does come out that this is another stunt, Jesus, I mean, everybody's gotta really run from that guy. But I just can't. I can't begin there. I have to start with the benefit of the doubt. Personally, you can disagree with that if you like, but I just have to assume that this is genuine. It is an interesting talking point that we are thinking about the alternative, and that would happen with absolutely no one else.
There's definitely people who are saying that, like, loudly,
but also that it's his own doing. That he created the roots, the grounds for that himself. In America, there's a great phrase: "You made your bed, now sleep in it." And I think that's there. But I don't know if the man's channel has been suffering a whole lot that he has to make another desperate move. It's true that we've all stopped talking about him. That's true.
Yes.
It's been a while since we all talked about him. And if he is that fucking ruthless, maybe this is an idea. But I just can't begin there. It's just an interesting talking point that we are somewhere in the back of our heads. We are thinking that. And if anyone says that they didn't think at some point in the back of their mind when they heard that news that maybe possibly, they're probably lying, because it went through everyone's head, no matter how goodwill they are. Anyway, really dreadful stuff. I mean, but again, there are other terrible things here. Let's say it isn't, assuming it isn't any sort of stunt or anything, and it's legitimate. What were they doing meeting this dude who they barely know, who they're calling a kid?
With
so you met
so
a
much
kid,
thought.
like a little skateboarder kid, to do a $1.1 million deal. Like, I don't understand. That's maybe exposing something way worse. I think one of your other guests here, I'm not sure which one was saying it, but it's maybe exposing a way worse thing about how you operate. And do you want to hand over your Platona to this guy now, seeing as he's meeting this kid on the street and going to a restaurant and so on without the cameras? Jesus Christ, there are so many odd red flags, things that raise the eyebrow.
Sorry, is there anything the rest of the video? I mean, are we done with that video?
There's a bit more. Speedy Hernandez.
Sorry, go.
$2 super chat. Wasn't a theft for money. They were just haters. Okay, let's see. Oh, we still got plenty of
But
video here.
again, guys,
Let's
if in the next upcoming days you are offered any watches that
Mhm.
that fit these descriptions, please call the LA County Sheriff. Please call a
LA
big dealer,
County.
you know, someone. Call the police first because they already have all the serial numbers and everything.
Mhm.
And let's see if we can recover these. You know, we here are glad that Marco and his security guy are safe. And, you know, things, had this been Texas, it could have gone a completely different way. You know, if we don't recover any of this, then that it is what it is. That is the risk. It's business. That is the risk we take doing the kind of things we do, being so prominent on social media, having such a presence out there, and just simply the fact that he was carrying that much inventory in his bag. It is a lesson on us, and it's a lesson well learned. You know, in this business, you learn that you get good at things, and then you get very comfortable, and you let your guard down, and then you get a wake-up call. Well, this, unfortunately, was a huge wake-up call. It was an expensive lesson, but we're gonna be fine. We're gonna thrive. The team's gonna pull it together. We're gonna recoup.
Now the YouTube star speaks.
If by some chance we cannot recoup it through this,
making excuses.
Marco, he said
I don't understand why he's making excuses.
Beast, and that they've been on top of this since it happened. So we're just, you know, cross your fingers, guys. If you could, please help us spread this word and spread it. I want to get these watches out there. If one of these guys tries to sell this watch and we get him caught, it's gonna be a huge.
Please, could I expand my channel?
So
please, could I get more subscribers?
Share this video across social media. Help us spread the word, and just cross your fingers.
Why take such a high risk? I don't understand. It just baffles me. This high risk attitude.
What's this thing like? Getting caught up on the business.
Such a high risk.
These guys get pulled over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last night, like one morning, they called me back to the police station for a lineup. I identified one of the guys, and they have him in custody. So looks like they made an arrest. So
we need to confirm this with the police.
Typically, when one of them gets arrested, they'll start talking.
Yeah.
Because he's looking at 20 years.
25. It's aggravated armed robbery.
Yeah, well.
And it's in California. Aggravated, you do 85% of your time.
Well, you better come up with those watches or he's stuck.
Yeah, I hope so. So the car that they were in when they robbed you is the one that got pulled over?
Yes.
That's awesome. That's good news.
Yeah.
All right, I've been this morning calling the consignees, letting them know that that 3 of them's pieces were in there. It's cool. I've got 2 more people to call and let them know that just give us a few days and we'll get them paid out on their stuff.
You see, this is to show they are good
You're
guys and they pay even so the piece was stolen. This is what I was trying to say.
It'll be fine. The better thing is that you're all right.
Yeah, true. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's just, damn, I just can't believe this happened. I just really can't believe this shit happened like this.
You know what? It's a wake-up call. We get comfortable. We get good at something. Then you get comfortable. And then you get a wake-up call to stop being so comfortable.
Yeah, I know, man. It's just, I don't know. It's just traumatizing.
Yeah.
I mean, this shit could have ended so many ways.
Right. That's why I'm thinking, like, just the money is not that bad, not that big a deal.
I wish I could feel like that right now. It's just, I'm just shooken up, bro. I'm just like physically shooken. Like, it sucks. I'm gonna have to recover for a little bit too. Like, I cannot get my nerves to stop.
Just stay at the hotel. You get a hotel?
Yeah, but I'm leaving this morning. I'm going back to the house.
You don't want to stay there and relax for a minute? Like,
hell no. I don't want to be anywhere near this city, bro. I want to get the out of here.
All right.
I want to go home and just relax in my home.
Told you, Marco's going to change permanently now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there at 4. But
Telling you,
and losing that much money
in the car at the airport.
Yeah, my keys were stolen, so it's fine.
Oh, well, call me whenever you're. Text me your flight number, and I'll come pick you up.
That's okay. I handled. Lauren who lives in my building. She got in my apartment last night and got my spare keys. So just gonna bring it to me.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Appreciate it.
All right. Well, let me know if you hear anything else. And
I'll tell you what, though, dude. This detective is one bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he was a border class detective in all of like his county or the city. I don't know, dude. This guy's a G. Dude, this guy went out of the way, bro. This dude had 2 helicopters on these guys last night. Apparently.
No shit.
Bro, dude, this dude called in like the squad.
Bro, I'm getting I'm getting so many messages from people. Like Matt's been reaching out to everybody. They're saying that there's tons of dealers that this Steve, apparently he's been trying to run this scam on multiple people, and they just, like I said, you got
they were too clever
and didn't recognize something. But he's saying that he's heard from his friends Steven's tried this before on multiple dealers, the same story.
I think somebody actually did get hit. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, man, when the police took his phone, I've never seen his face turn like so white in my life, bro. That dude just.
Is he in custody?
No.
Really?
No. He didn't technically. They don't have a crime on him right now.
Okay, well, hopefully this guy that got arrested hopefully this guy that they arrested snitches, because he'll get conspiracy.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, his phone's going to the FBI this morning, supposedly.
Good.
So they'll be able to track everything he called, track his movements.
All they got to do is ping a text message or a phone call from his phone to a cell phone tower to another phone that was in that area on the same cell phone tower at the exact same time. They got him.
I have a feeling he's.
Yeah.
And as soon as they all get kind of rounded up like this, I don't know, dude. They're gonna face serious time, and they're gonna have to do something because, I'm sure like what the police want is they want to recover this watch just because it makes them look really good, and I'm sure they'll cut everybody a deal if they just come back with the watches.
Right.
It's like, they can knock it down to a classic misdemeanor.
No, not armed robbery in California. It's still a felony. You're still getting.
Well, I'm sure what they'll want to do though is just at least they'll want to.
They're still going to get charged with the same price. They're just going to say, look, y'all are all getting charged with this, but whoever gives the other guys up, we're going to start your time at this, and we're going to put a recommendation in for the judge to give you a reduced sentence. You're still going to get charged with the same.
I don't know how motivated police is.
Yeah.
That's
but then that's just the police. The judge can still say, "F you guys. This is the problem today. You're all getting the max."
Well, it's organized crime.
Yeah. So
can we get that police guy on?
It's organized crime.
Right. Yeah, I hope Steven never sees the light of day.
Our police guy or his police guy?
Our police guy.
Well, I messaged, but I think he's working it still.
Oh, God. How's Nick, man? Where's your security guy? Is he?
He's shook him up too, bro. He's not. I don't know, dude. I mean, he's okay, bro. That dude's smart as hell, though. Like, I think he did one thing that just brought everything together, and that was take a picture of his plate. I mean, it's just like incredible to think like we get robbed, but they don't take his bust down 2-tone rose gold date chest. That's like,
or they knew to go straight to you and ask for the watch when you didn't post. Nobody knew y'all were going to be there except us and him.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the security guy didn't know what you were doing. I just told him you need to pick Marco up and take him to this at this time. He'll come in, he'll tell you the address you need to go to. Like, he didn't even know what he was doing.
Exactly. I even asked him, I was like, did Anthony tell you what I was carrying or anything? He was like, no. I was like, okay, that's what I thought. And when I came into his car with a backpack, it's not like I told him, I got a bunch of watches in here. I didn't say anything. I just said, let's get to this address. It's still done. And then,
All right. Well, dude, get some rest.
All right. Speedy Hernandez, $10 super chat. $10 to mute Anthony. Thank you. Speedy Hernandez. We also got Jamie Opulence, be humble or be humble. To us, just a matter of time. €5 super chat. And Air King Ben, $5 super chat says, Marco sounds like you the other night drinking, Tim. LOL. Listen, you know what? In retrospect, I can I remember when I lost like $1,000 in Vegas. I felt horrible. I cannot even imagine how Marco is feeling losing $1 million. That is.
When did you lose 1,000 in Vegas, Tim? I don't remember.
Oh, well, my sunglasses were like 500.
Okay.
I had 300 cash, and then $260 were slapped onto my credit card. There you go. That's $1,000 total. We got 10-pound super chat from Eddie LaSalle. Sorry for the non-timepiece gentleman question. I got the call and got my Sea Dweller 43 50th anniversary Sea Dweller. Just curious if Ashin still has his or both of his. Also, how has it aged for him? Could this be a huge sleeper? Rolex.
If he's talking about the value of it, yeah, it's going up like everything else. Slowly. Yes, I do have them. If you just got it from the AD, you don't. I shouldn't say this, should I? It's like the 50th anniversary is the 2017. It's the Mark 1. So then they changed it slightly to the Mark 2. You've got a brand new Mark 2. That's a beautiful, beautiful watch. Yeah, it's fantastic. I hope you have the wrist for it. I certainly do. So provided it fits you well, I think it's a keeper. If you have a big wrist, it looks like a Submariner to everyone else,
Yeah.
Because, it just scales up. You need to take a second look to see that it's a Sea Dweller. It's a great watch, though.
Submariner is a bit too small, and it's actually, Ashin, you're moving into bigger watches as well, right? With the EPs and everything. So I think actually the trend might be, I don't know, actually. I don't know where the trend might go, but it could go small lady size watches, which I doubt. Or it could go into APs. We got Uncle Django, £1.79 super chat for the panel. Two-tone GMT root beer or two-tone sub bluesy?
Obviously, blue.
Both. Always both.
Both.
Root
beer.
Sure.
Root beer, definitely.
Yeah, root beer for sure. The bluesy is a classic.
Panel.
Yeah,
Does this mean that should people do business in California? Is this a big deterrent now that you have to think about doing business in California?
No, I mean, there's a lot of business being done in California every day. I mean, at the end of the day, listen, again, we're all the peanut gallery here, pitch hitting from outside, right? Not knowing exactly what happened. But, I'm sure there are other reputable folks that are doing business probably with the right security, with the right levels of protection. I mean, there's so much transactions. Even myself personally, I transact, and I've never had an issue here locally. I mean, I think, it's just unfortunate what happened here. And then, assuming this is reality, then, I'm sure they're going to revisit their SOPs and whatnot. But no, I don't see this as a deterrent for doing business. Hey, even you, Tim, you met Peter Marco, right? Look at his store, man. I mean, the amount of business that guy does, right? You don't hear about folks back in his store and getting held up.
Yeah, actually, I mean, he stays in the store way after hours. I mean, me and Chris approached his store. He's just sitting there all by himself. Chris knocked on the window, showed him Rolex, like, hey, I'm not here to rob you. Just come out. He opened the door, gave him a big hug, had a photo session, talked for like 5 minutes. I don't know. I think at the same time, it's listen, I think, but you see, Peter Marco, he's smart that when his staff leaves, they put everything away. Yet, I mean, if somebody walked in like we did, right? We could have, like, I don't know, pushed him in there and said, hey, let's go unlock your stuff. Unless his guys took the keys with them. I don't know how this stuff works. It's
usually a rule that if they have intent, they'll get the stuff.
Yeah.
no matter what, you know. So yeah, they'll put a gun to your head and say, well, it's either you or the watches. You make your choice. So then you open the safe. If you're there in the safe, in the same room as the safe, and they have weapons and they're ready to use them, you're opening the safe. Probably you should.
Yeah. I know I'd open. No choice there. It's just weird. It is a quite of like the Timepiece Gentleman said, like Anthony said, you get complacent. You always have to change things up. I think even maybe even Marco should have had a spare backpack, a decoy.
It's hard when you go to the same gym every day, the same restaurant every day. You go to the same office. You park in the same parking structure every day. It's hard to throw a different routine into your normal
Well, that's what the
activities.
security guy is there for. The security guy should have been like, instead of going to the restaurant that you propose, how about we go to a different? I don't know. Like they should have been.
The security guy didn't
restaurant.
know what was going on, though, did he? The security guy didn't know because he said he didn't know he had a load of watches. So how could he say, you know? Did he know what was going on? Did he stand outside when they were talking about it? Did he know up to what point that all the watches were there until he got robbed?
Yeah, still, this is the perfect advertisement. I don't know how you guys don't see it.
Oh, Marcello, there's no way.
We know that you're on that side of it, Marcello.
Marcello, there's no way this is fake, Marcello. It doesn't make sense. If it's fake, he's committing crime. This is a criminal offence. If he's faking this, and also, can I just say, how can an established business not have insurance? This doesn't make sense.
A lot of watch dealers don't have insurance, man. A lot of them get snagged. Yeah.
TP. Paul Thorpe didn't. Paul Thorpe didn't when he said he didn't have insurance at the time when he got robbed. And he
but Paul Thorpe wasn't running around with watches in a bag that weren't his.
No, he's in his premises. He didn't have them, so he didn't even have insurance on his premises when he got robbed.
But at least he had a premises and at least he had a premises and a safe. This guy is walking around with people's watches in a bag, meeting them.
I agree.
This doesn't make
left
any
or right,
sense.
guys? What do you guys think? Which one?
What is that?
Yeah,
it's a Lagavulin.
Lagavulin.
Yeah,
Lagavulin.
It's a little bit overcast today here in the Bay Area. Little Lagavulin.
Nice.
Yeah, the 16.
I shouldn't drink. I'll just drink tea, guys. Tea and tickers, cheers, and make cafe. Yeah, I'm trying to stay off the drink.
I won't stay on too long, but I'll have a Lagavulin with Mr. Cars and Corona. Why not? I'll have a quick one.
Cheers.
Very nice.
I gotta get
just
back
quick
to
here.
work here.
Red Shovel, Marcelo, hold on, Marcelo, hold on. Red Shovel, £1.79. Timepiece Gentleman incident has a whiff of Thomas Crown affair. And then Neo,
I haven't seen that move.
$10. Mute Marcelo for 10 minutes. Thank you, Marcelo. Really appreciate that, man. The guy basically helping me pay the bills for this live stream. And JB, €2. Tim, earplug fund for AC3 show later. I just saw the title. Apparently, there's going to be an intervention, guys. Intervention.
Oh my God!
Cheers, folks. Cheers, Oshin.
Yes.
Cheers to folks on the thread. By the way, hey, I'm okay, man. I was just a little tired. It was a late night last night. All good. People are saying I look a little bit weathered today. I don't know. Maybe it's the overcast. Could be. I haven't been smiling as much, maybe.
You seem a little grumpy, if you don't mind me saying so.
Nah, just a little tired, bro.
You're at first you're like, you're so fucking loud, Oshin, and then I was talking about you, and you're like, hey, is there more of this video? You know, I'm like, oh god, someone's bitchy today.
Well, you were
it's all right.
All good, man.
I get off on rants, you know. That's why we start channels. Anyway, cheers to you, my friend.
Cars and Chrono, LA has not the same since I pinched the sun on my way out of there.
I think you did, man. It's fucking shining rain all day and yesterday.
We had beautiful weather, by the way. Beautiful, beautiful weather in New York. Good thing. I always make sure to pinch something on the way out. Daniel Katz, $2.79 super chat. Security guy must be up to speed. Yeah, it's this whole security guy is very, very sus to me. Eddie Vasau, £5 super chat. I'm English, so having a gin and tonic with you guys. Very nice.
Fantastic.
Hoping everyone is pouring a drink with me. Listen, if somebody buys me a drink, I'll make scotch and soda. I do have a bit of scotch. I have one drink.
I'm on the take, and I'm driving 4 hours tomorrow, so I ain't touching the alcohol. So I'm on the take.
What do you mean? Tomorrow's Christmas special. You're supposed to be working here with me.
I told you 2 hours. I'm going up north tomorrow to see me fat sister and that. So
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
I know.
But yeah, you gotta be safe. JBJB, €5 super chat. Cars, don't you think it's weird that this 1.1 million heist is not the local news?
It's nowhere. I can't believe it's nowhere. Cars has had a look, and I've had a look. Everyone's had a look. Why isn't it?
Yeah, but I think somebody made a point. They might be vetting it, and it happened. It technically happened in the OC, Orange County, which is south of LA. So I don't. Who knows? I mean, they may be.
I feel like the fact that
Cars, thank you so much for the scotch and soda. I'll be right back. Hello, Mr. Jim T. I'll be right back.
Where was it? Yeah. Where was the restaurant? Where was it? Cars.
So it's technically part of Orange County, which is a bit further south, a little south of LA County. I mean, not that should have any factor with the local.
No, but
But yeah, I mean, it's $1 million. That's a pretty big heist for watches. And just for the record, I know folks. I think DCNLB made a comment that these sort of things don't make news. Actually, anything related to watches being stolen, like folks falling home for robberies, they're actually making quite a bit of the news these days. So
the guy's a bit of a personality as well, and he's already made the news in his own hometown. It just seems to me like something that they would pick up on if they were doing
Texas. Has it come out in Texas?
Huh? Yeah, well, do you remember when he did the whole stunt? That was on the local news.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if this is making any local news in Texas or anywhere. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I just feel like the point. Yes, it's a good point. Oh yeah, this guy's a bit of a scammer or whatever people might think once they vet him, and then they're not going to tell the story. I'd put my money on they would tell the story because of that. Yeah. This guy's already been on the news elsewhere in the States. And he's a bit of a personality, not a big YouTuber by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly in the watch world, he's pretty big, but the watch world is, a tiny dot on the map of YouTubers. But he's still a YouTuber who got ripped off, and it should at least make local news. One of those little LA channels, maybe not CNN. But it might, just the local stuff. But give it some time; it might hit it by tomorrow. By tomorrow, they might pick up on it. So,
cheers, Cars.
You never know.
Cheers, Tim.
Cheers, Asheen.
And by the way, I only bought one scotch and soda, not 2 or 3, just one, my friend.
One. That's it.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna ditch off. I'm sorry to interrupt all your. It was a great conversation. I was very much enjoying it, and.
Just real quick, Eddie was out. Wait, Asheen, £5. Yes. Just super chat to find out what's Asheen's favorite whiskey. Planning to buy a bottle once I know.
Well, I'll start with Irish because whiskey is originally Irish, and although Middleton is one of the great ones, I would say Redbreast, a bit more affordable and easily up there. There's the 12-year-old, the 15, the 21, and of course the 27. Go over to my channel; you'll see lots about that. In Scotch, affordable Scotch, I think Lagavulin is a great one. And I love a Talisker 10.
Oh, I have
Talisker. Good old solid. Yeah, the Talisker 10. It's not the Sky. It's not the other one. It's the 10. Don't go for the 25-year-old Taliskers. They get too sweet. And I don't really have a favorite in bourbons. I'm still learning about bourbon. So I'm sorry I can't help you.
Well, I'll say this. I was told that this is the bang per buck of the bourbon. Wild
this is
Turkey.
actually also as well. This is an awesome bourbon. Eagle Rare, if you could find that.
Eagle Rare.
yeah.
Well, that's
great
probably
bourbon.
more expensive.
Nice.
This is just the cheapest of the lot. But I was told this was good. So we'll see.
Wow.
I'm actually
Nice.
drinking the rye version of it. So I got both.
Wow, look at you.
It's not
Lovely.
a good look because I have to stay away from the drinks.
From the drinks. Dude, it's Christmas Eve tomorrow. We should all be drinking.
I know, right?
For the next few days.
Cheers,
all right,
Eddie.
fellas. Lovely to see you all.
Cheers,
Great to
Shane.
see
Thank you
again,
for hopping
Alex.
on.
See you, Shane.
Cheers, everybody.
I'll talk to you guys
Merry
again
Christmas.
soon.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Merry Christmas
Yeah,
to
so-
everybody. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry
Bye.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Shane.
Merry Christmas, brother.
So, Tim, man, are you ready for your intervention after this show?
I am ready. I am excited. I didn't know that Archie was such a social justice warrior. Man, these guys surprised me on every corner. They flipped the
Wait,
script.
are you going on Archie's at 12? Are you?
course.
Well, not 12, but the next when he's on. Are you going?
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Well, the heading of the
right,
show
okay.
is part Anthony Farrer and the other part's Tim. I'm kind of bummed. I'm not.
No, I'm not even seeing
Gonna
the. I'm
make
not
it.
seeing the headline. No, right, it's made the headline. I see. Fucking hell, character assassination. Here we go.
I
Don't
mean,
forget,
just,
you're gonna get. Sorry,
Yeah.
he's gonna get asked why he's stopping me from going on the show because.
No. Actually, sorry, T. This isn't actually about. Although you did come up on some of the commentary. I think folks.
I came on for about 20 fucking minutes. He's like, yeah.
But the basic premise, just to kind of
leads, as you know.
Yeah, just to prime you, I'll just give you the synopsis. The general theme was, I think plastic feels like, you're trying to go at this on YouTube, but maybe it'd be helpful you to have a full-time job, but at the same time do this part-time. But he also still thinks you're a nice guy and you could be good for the channel. And I think that was a general point. And then some folks, you have the camp that thinks you should just stay home, get a full-time job, stay with the missus, and then the other camp that thinks you might be good for the channel. So
look, I'm in the camp that I don't think I can keep a normal job because I had a job that one would think impossible to get fired from. Was working for my parents. I mean, that's what a disaster that was. And then I think plastic really cares about me deeply. I think they do. This is quite surprising. It's really quite surprising because
Tim, do you remember what's happening, brother? Do you remember the first time you started? Cheers, brother. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Do you remember the first time you started doing these vlogs and what I said to you? Do you remember what I said to you?
I'm gonna be good at this.
No, when you started doing not the streaming, the vlogs.
Oh,
the streaming. I said you. Do you remember what I said to you when you started doing the vlogs, the live vlogs, when you're walking around New York and all the rest of it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what I said to you?
I must have forgot. I forgot.
Anyway, I'll tell you what I said to you. I'll
Tell me
remind you.
again.
I said to you, I cannot watch these vlogs because I get anxiety because I'm thinking you're going to get mugged.
Yes.
That's what I said to you straight off the bat.
And Mr. GMT, you know what? That last live stream that I made members only, it was close. It's a freaking way. It was way. You don't understand. I'm so lucky that nothing happened. I mean, people probably.
I don't know. Somebody's watching over you. I don't know who it is, but somebody's watching over you.
I just want to say one thing about that. Right?
Mathis was watching over me.
Yeah, Mathis did.
The angel.
Kevin, but they should have been your wingman early on. I'm going to tell you right now. So I did exit your stream, Tim, at one point where I was getting a little bit irritated with you. Was when that couple, you should have exited that couple a lot sooner. And I'm a big fan. I like watching you. It's entertaining. But you could tell that guy, if you read the body language, and I know Koreans, man. I always have Korean. Yes. He was not really in the zone as much as we think. There's some folks who think he has a YouTube channel. Bullshit. And I think at some point, you got to figure out when to exit,
That was a big focus on that last night, talking about that.
A bit too many.
They were talking about that quite a bit. That episode, that little bit, they were talking quite a lot.
Oh, by the way, Air King Ben, he messaged I think it was Mathis and told Mathis came and said hey, it's time you moved on because you don't know wow, how fast time flies by. I didn't think I spent 10 minutes with that couple. Can you? It felt like I was there 2 minutes. Yeah, it was way too long.
The other thing, man, and by the way, you're
Yeah.
your own man. You're a man, Tim. So again, you're an adult, and it's not on any of us to give you advice on anything. All I'm saying is wingmen should look out for wingmen.
Yes.
And I'm just telling you, you're still your own responsibility. I think the wingmen could have done a better job in Johnny on spot a lot sooner. Right? I mean, we were in Vegas. Let's say at the end of the day, we look out for each other. We take care of each other. I mean, you weren't getting that shit-faced and out of line. We're having a good time in the club. I just want to make sure you're safe. You're not going to be getting any sort of shit trouble. Things can go south very quickly. There was one stream I remember in K-Town. I was watching you. You were at some bar, and I saw the look in this one guy. He didn't want to be streamed. That is a guy, that look I've seen many times before, growing up as a Korean, and he was ready to clock you. He had that look in his eye. So I'm just saying, I don't want to see you get hurt. Nobody wants to see you get hurt.
No.
That's exactly my point.
I'm not a perfect human being. There's still a lot that I have to learn. Oh my God, Mathis.
Yo.
Hey, man.
Yo, you guys, it was all my fault. You could blame it all on me.
It's not your fault. 100% bullshit. It's
saved my life.
I know.
As wingman, we have to look out for each other. It's not.
I know.
It's not your fault, dude.
I know, but
Cars. Here's my thing. I think the lady across from that Korean guy, I think she was kind of into Tim, and I think he was probably getting irritated like that.
It's not, dude. They're still on a date. They're a couple, and Tim does get very touchy. He does. He gets very touchy, and I'm just saying. As a couple on a date, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, seriously.
You're right. Cars and Chrono, you're definitely right. All you guys are right. But I just want you guys to know that was the greatest fucking night I ever had. And,
greatest fucking night. Let's go. Okay,
let's
not do it again. Let's not.
No. But that's it.
Once in a lifetime, but not as great. Okay.
And thank you for meeting up with me. And I didn't know we were gonna go that long, but I wouldn't have let nothing happen to you. Bro.
Listen, you were just as wasted as I was, but you held your cool. It was great stuff. By the way, guys, I have nothing to worry about. Joe Kramer, $10 super chat. Timmy, strap on your overalls, pull up your rubber boots. I'll give you a job cleaning out the hog pans. I got a backup job right here. Got the leads.
But definitely be much more careful, everybody.
Yes.
All right, you guys have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, brother. The thing is, you're very lucky that you've met up with good people so far.
So
you might meet up with the wrong person, and then that's when shit will go down. That's what my problem is.
The Timepiece Gentleman, right?
Exactly.
Mr. GMT is right. You might meet up with me, Tim, and I might take your date to.
Well, can I tell you something? You're lucky you haven't met up with me yet.
Oh my God. I gotta tell you, I am so lucky that nothing awful happened that night, because I said before that, like, man, I should not drink. I should do one drink maximum just to relax a little bit. That way I'm still cool, not totally messed up. And I did not take that lesson seriously, but now that's it.
In a way that I'm glad that this has happened. I'm not glad that it happened to them, but I'm glad that it happened
this way. Yeah, I got so lucky. I didn't have to lose Sermon. I didn't have to lose an arm or something,
And that's another reason why I came on, just to say that.
Yeah,
I'm glad that it's happened, because it's a lesson learned for everybody in the community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tim, did you scratch your sermon that night?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Well, the thing is that jacket actually has like 2 folds here, so it actually protects the watch really well. So even though I fell down, I didn't bang it anywhere. Kind of amazing. Daniel Katz, $2.79. Tim is perfect. I'm still learning.
We won't go that far. Okay, it's nice that you said that, but no one's perfect.
Very kind.
That's nothing, Tim. I just want to listen. I'm not dinging on you. Listen, all of us are fucked up. So anybody that's out here, the keyboard warriors, the Muppet galleries, and everyone that's shitting on you, I mean, the only difference is you live streamed. I mean, God knows how many embarrassing things I've done growing up. And maybe
Trust me.
Well, listen, trust me, guys. He hasn't done anything embarrassing. I've been with him. I was behind the camera. We didn't live stream. Like, if there's one perfect person, it's Cars and Chrono.
No,
even if it goes crazy,
don't say
the
that
guy's
shit,
perfect.
Do not say that.
Look,
Please
Tim, I think
I'm not.
You're fine. Tim, I've walked into the 80 drunk before, so you're fine.
Well, that's fucked up. That's even worse.
Nah, that's bad on you. I'll
That's a
tell you right
different
now.
level.
L, $5 super chat. Wingman Fund. Who else was impressed by Mathis? By the way, so it's Matty, but I call him Mathis, and he really liked that nickname. So he's Mathis officially. Turning relatively sober on the dime and taking care of business that night. Yeah. By the way, when the funniest conversation I ever had in my life with Mathis saying, "Did you see that guy sitting down next to us? He wasn't even wearing a watch." So I told him, like, "Get out of here! Like, you're not wearing a watch." Like, this is a watch club. If you're not wearing a watch, get out. Hilarious. Math.
Maybe why did you get rid of him? Maybe he's just starting his journey.
I gotta tell you,
maybe he wants advice on buying a watch, and you just bid.
Or maybe he's just smart. He doesn't want to lose it.
Yeah.
By the way, so like people complain about cancel culture on in 2021, 2022. And out of all places, I didn't think it would actually start on Archie's channel. Mathis, welcome back.
Yo, I gotta say one thing about the end of that night, okay?
Yeah.
You have some jacket, right? It's got like some logo on the side, and you put it down. Now, at the end of the night, I went to get your jacket, and I found it, right? And I picked it up, and there was another jacket below it, and I looked at it, and that had the same logo on the sleeve. And when I picked that up, there was a third jacket with the same logo. And then these two guys came up to me, and they go, "Yo, what are you doing with my jacket?" I said, "This is my friend's jacket. One of these is my friend's jacket." And the guy goes, "Oh, well, what size is he?" I looked at Tim, and I said, "Oh, the jacket's extra large." The guy goes, "There's no fucking extra larges here, bro." And then I figured out Tim had a medium jacket, but I don't know. You know, it was funny.
So funny story about that jacket. Actually, my wife gave me that jacket for birthday, like 3 years ago or something like that. And we were at the Korea, like all the Koreans, they wear Canada Goose, and my wife is Korean. That's why we were at the Korean karaoke bar. So everyone is wearing the Canada Goose there. So everyone's got the same jacket.
Got a little crazy. I was having tunnel vision, you know. And then that guy
I'll
was
tell you what, you done a lot better than I would have. I would have taken all three and just choose one, for fuck's sake.
I was so
They're all
hammered.
the same. But dude, I still don't know how I paid for the cab. I hope I didn't just leave.
I don't worry about none of that.
I figured, like, you know what? It's just, I'm never gonna figure it out. It's the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle that I will never solve.
We took me and Kevin got you. Don't worry.
Oh, you guys are freaking. Like, I hope Kevin got his card back.
Oh, did you tell him?
Kevin, they got your card. They got your card there at the. Well, I'm telling him now. I was.
Jesus, a bit of a late response there, or what? Telling him now?
I did give him a call, but I forgot to tell him. I just remembered. By the way, my wife says, like, did he forget the card? Oh, he canceled it. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, no big deal. JBJB, €5 super chat. Tim, your convo today was just because I care about you, brother, and want you to do well. Thank you so much, JBJB. JBJB has always been looking out for me, trying for me to succeed. And there's been some incredible people helping me out on this wristwatch journey. There've been, one, look, even today, I got the delivery for the watch. That look like the community really freaking cares. The guy sent me a watch to give away to help me grow my channel, guys. A Tissot automatic. Can you believe it? Like, I mean, what?
I would have gave you that too, just to get rid of it.
Hey, that's good. It's a good watch. It's a good watch.
That
Nothing
is
wrong with that at all.
an incredible watch, especially people coming into the hobby.
Yeah.
And it's automatic. I thought he's gonna send me he ordered it from the AD, and AD shipped it directly to me. So it's not like he owned it. He's just like, what's a great watch? Let's do a giveaway before that, because the 10,000 is kind of far away. Let's do something in between, something smaller. And this is like the only other watch that's like, reasonably priced that I've been spruiking a lot. Like, look at that. Beautiful. So I'm gonna make a video about this. 6,000 subs.
You know what's gonna happen with the Tudor? By the time you get to 10,000, it's gonna be selling over list, and you're not gonna want to give it away.
Nah, I'm giving it away. I'm giving away my Explorer 1 at 100. That's it. I figured it out. Maybe I'll give away a few other pieces in between. Like, I do kind of want to give back to the community. I'm just so glad that there's people so nice helping me out, sending me stuff to to support. Look, I even got this. Check this out. I got another thing. This is so freaking cool. Look at this. It's a hat with the loom of the Explorer 1. That's pretty cool. Okay, it's not sized for me right now, but I get some incredible people helping me out on the wristwatch journey. They want me to succeed. And guys, 2022, we're gonna be hitting it into another gear. We're gonna be making videos full time. I made a video today. Well, obviously it was about the Timepiece Gentleman, about this whole scandal, but nonetheless, made a video.
Tim, could you do for me a favor? Could you drop a link for my for my channel for people to know?
Yeah. Guys, subscribe to Marcelo Time. He's almost at 1,000 himself. He's got a bit of a streaming channel there. Let me just see here. 1 second. Marcelo's always nice, helping me out by talking a little bit too much, and then people time him out, and I get some good super chats. Marcelo.
Can anyone drop a link? Can I drop a link for my channel, please, Tim?
TN Tickers, of course. 1 second, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Marcelo Time and TN Tickers.
Tim, could you drop a link for my new channel as well?
No.
And how about mine? Can you drop a link for mine as well? Since I've been here the longest, can you drop one for mine as well?
Yeah. And anyone needs a watch repairing, make sure you drop Alex as well, because he's a great guy.
I think I'm a little interested in kind of like the content that you're gonna drop on your channel coming up here.
Wait, Cars has actually created a channel? He's doing stuff?
I think he mentioned that he's he wanted to do certain topics.
Don't worry, Tim. I'm not starting up a channel.
Ooh, very interesting way. This is breaking news.
That's
breaking.
Wow. I actually have a life. I have a life, man. I don't want to start a channel.
Do you know what? There's going to be so many channels that hardly anyone's going to find time to not rebel stream. And you think about the clock you're getting taken up. Marcelo's doing fucking 24 hours. We can't do that. But Tim's doing,
Marcelo sleeps 1 second.
Tim's doing a certain time. You've got Archie. You've got Jonathan and Swiss. My God, the finding time. I'm going to have to find an hour within work to stop working.
You got Rolex at midnight. So
hey guys, it's a joke. I'm not starting a channel. Just FYI, folks asking what my link is. There's no channel.
Why not? Cars, I think you're pretty interesting, to be honest.
Cars got my number. Every time he wants to do a live stream, just give me a call. I'll start it right away. So there you go. I'll do that kind of hookup for him.
Don't forget mine as well, yeah. Don't forget mine, Tim.
Wait, who's talking? Oh, Alex.
Me.
Yeah,
guys, perpetualtime.com. If you need your wristwatch serviced in the UK, Alex is your guy. And guys, if you have any wristwatch related service and technical question, super chat your question to Alex. He'll
Yeah, you can super chat me, and also my YouTube account, Perpetual Time Limited, and also my Instagram, Perpetual_Time_LTD, with over 2,500 examples of work. Nobody else has that on Instagram.
Boom! There you go.
And one thing I definitely can promise you guys is Alex will not go meet you guys with a bag full of watches.
He won't be meeting you with a fucking rucksack. He's asking you to go for a McDonald's before the watch it in. Oh, we'll go to the back. We'll just go to McDonald's first.
Alex, you're looking a little bit down there, man. What's wrong? You look like you're tired.
He's ill. He's ill, isn't he?
Corastiges.
Tío Reine.
Oh, it's 11 now.
Shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
If you guys didn't know, if you guys didn't know, me and Alex are from the same country.
The Greek. Is it Greek, right?
There's two types of people in this world. There's Greeks and there's people that wish they were Greek.
I'm one of those.
You better believe it, son. You better believe it.
And I'm just a gobby northerner.
So
anyway,
guys,
Timmy, I've got to head off, but it was nice having me on. Thank you.
Thank you for hopping on.
Take care.
Happy Christmas, Miss. Happy Christmas, sexy.
Merry Christmas to you guys. All stay sexy. Kumbare, take care. Kala Christoyena, and we'll talk soon again. That was just saying Merry Christmas in Greek to Alexi.
Yeah, absolutely.
And stay sexy, everyone. You'll always feel sexy. Ciao from me.
By the way, I will be having that live stream very soon with Kevin. We're gonna work on my exercise regimen. I gotta turn this thing around. Yeah.
Wow. Are you gonna do a TimWrite exercise video with pink lycra?
I'm gonna get buff. I'm gonna be getting buff boy.
Have you put weight on, Tim?
Maybe.
You put weight on? How much weight have you put on?
This guy wears a medium jacket.
Really put on, but I wouldn't love to get rid of some. So
his chin lives in a different post. His chin lives in a different postcode area.
I think I'm growing a beard. So to hide that second chin.
Go on, let me see your beard. Go and put you on big screen. Let me see.
It's still work in progress. But it's getting better. Like it's not as patchy as it was.
Actually, you know what? I wish I had your hair. Your hair is beautiful. My hair's going. I'm losing my hair.
I'm still supposed to get that haircut that ER paid
Losing
for.
your hair. Tell me about it, Alex.
Jesus.
Well, don't be so depressed about losing your hair with Cars and Chrono right there next to you. I mean, come on, man. And Mathis. It's not so bad. Trust me. Hair is more trouble than you think.
Yeah, this is super convenient, man.
Yeah.
Another thing I don't have to worry about, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All right, Chris, Vince, Tim, when you in LA, I just came back, and I'm planning a Philly trip. Although I don't know how realistic that is. Could be very tough, but still, I think I will be going to Philly to visit Watchbox, and Watchbox. What else? The RGM,
Luxury Bazaar,
and the Luxury Bazaar. Yes.
What is that?
So I'm hoping January, like first week, end of first week, about 2nd of January. You know, after the holidays, when everything's just kind of rebooting. Should not be too many people. I'm gonna try to sneak in there while there's not too many, not too crowded. We're in the works for that bit of a trip. Cars, are you coming to New York? What are your plans?
Yeah, I definitely. Well, I'll be back up in SF early January, but I think we should look at a Napa trip at some point.
Oh,
Napa
damn it!
Valley.
With Ashin right here, we could have asked him. Also, Mike the Snake. Mike the Snake could be interested in the Napa Valley.
Yeah, NorCal. I think he's up there as well. Yeah. He mentioned it.
And Rich is from there. And I think Nothing Asian Hoarder. We got we got quite a few people, and even Birmingham might come down. So
we'll see who shows up, though. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, man.
We'll see who shows up.
Lolex's lucky he's not here. Otherwise, he would have.
You know what I think? Lolex was on earlier. I think he's ducking me. I think he is. I 100% think he's ducking me, man.
Doesn't want to answer the hard questions.
Listen, again, sure, he might have been sick, but he should have texted. I think he's ducking. He's talking. He had technical issues. He suddenly had technical issues and just dropped off as soon as I popped on.
Ooh.
Funny guy.
The heat.
Yep.
I think it was the heat. He couldn't take the pressure. Although maybe, listen, I think he's a very nice guy, but sometimes this gig, this YouTube shtick, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not
easy.
Apart, you know?
Right? Like, I just try my best, and I open myself up for criticism, for everyone to look in and see what it's all about. I'm not by any means. I'm no perfect.
You're not perfect, but you can dance and you can have a great time as well.
Jesus Christ! I desperately need dance lessons.
You're way better than me, bro.
Bad. It's bad. But dude, I mean, it was a lot of fun. But I'm not doing it like that ever again. So enjoy, Mathis. You are one and only with that kind of to get that kind of timwrite treatment.
Thank you. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life.
Trust me, I don't think I ever forget that as well.
And let me tell you, I was really working real hard for a while. I wouldn't say depressed, but I was in a certain way for a while, and that night really helped me a lot, bro. So thank you.
Good. Hey.
All right, and have a great rest of your stream, boys.
Later, Mathis.
And don't forget, wear your watches, but not in a fucking dangerous neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like LA.
Yeah.
Don't wear your watches in LA.
Don't bring $1.1 million worth of watches in the Louis Vuitton
in a backpack.
In a backpack.
Someone else's watches.
Yeah,
Someone else's watches.
Right.
Yeah, when you show up at the jewelry store.
What time does Archie come
on?
on?
Doesn't actually work there.
Oh, in an hour. So we still got an hour, guys. We still got an hour to kill. Anybody has any questions? Wow.
Yeah. What's going to change in 2022, man? What's the new reboot? What's the Tim 2.0 or 3.0?
Well,
I don't know which version this is.
Well, I'm gonna unbox the laptop. Okay. I'm gonna open up the laptop. I'm gonna start making videos. Really gonna get. I'm creating a spreadsheet with all the things that I need to do, and I need to start ticking off the boxes. Really building towards 10K. I do need to hit the 10K. We got Diego. Let's drop the link for Diego.
I'm going to have to bug out in about 10 minutes.
All right. Where are you going today?
Heading back to LA. It's just a day trip for me up here.
Oh, just a day trip. What were you in for? What was the trip, just to see the place?
Business. Just had some stuff to take care of up there.
Gotcha. What are you wearing? What are you wearing?
Oh.
Was
something that nobody would ever steal. Nobody would steal this piece, dude.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely in that car.
Snap.
I'm stealing.
Wow.
Nice. Beautiful. Lovely.
Yeah, nobody would know what the fuck this is.
Do you know what? I bet your shitter watch, if you've got one, is worth about fucking 100 times they're my best
Damn.
one, I tell you. Jesus, man.
Wow.
Vashron Constantine.
Vashron.
Yeah, this is actually my daily, I guess, unquote unquote, I guess, where I just wear
Daily
it.
beater. That's your daily beater. Fuck me dead. Wow.
That
It's a
is
great
a
undercover watch.
Yeah, nobody knows what the hell this is. It's
So wait
underrated.
a minute. Does that mean that the blue one is gone? You're not keeping both.
No, I still know the blue one. I got to again. I have a lot of. That was after I exited my last company. I bought that as a gift to myself.
Oh,
so that's got to stay in the kitty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is, if not for that, I would absolutely drop the. I'd get rid of the blue dial. If not for that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ian, 224 people watching. Guys, make sure you hit the upvote button. We had a really crazy stream here. Oh, Daniel later. I think the Casey Neistat filmmaking school was a good idea. I think to get to 10K, you have to put more effort into the non-streaming videos. Oh, when my camera cut out. Look at this. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
My camera is not working. How's that?
I can hear you. I mean, you're frozen.
I'm frozen.
Good like that.
If anyone's watching who's not subscribed to me Teen Tickers, I'm on 495, so I'd love to get to the 500 in the next 53 minutes. Quite good to
When are
hit
you going
500
away? When are you going on Archie's show, Teen Tickers?
Hell, fuck me. That's what questions everywhere. Fucking hell. It won't be before Christmas for start, because I'm off early tomorrow morning up your way, but I'm up Rochdale way to my sisters. So it certainly won't be then. And then we will resume talks when we come back after Christmas. I'm certainly not going to go on to be made a fucking fool of, which,
that's the whole point.
Why did you think that?
What are you talking about, Teen Tickers? That's the whole point. Why do you think I'm going on to Archie's stream later today to be made full of? That's the whole point.
Okay. Well, you've done something
about watches.
But you've done something to have the piss taken out of that video the other night. I've done now wrong, and I just feel somehow that I don't know.
Of course, you don't even know what you did, but you did.
I'll be straight with you. Plastic's been building me up for the last few days, which is great, but I don't think of that
build up
gun.
for a big fall. Don't worry about it. That's the whole idea.
That's what I'm saying. He's building me up massively, and I don't.
Yes.
One, don't think I deserve it, and two, I've not spoken to him, so I don't know where he's getting this idea from. That I'm the next fucking bee's knees, next best thing. I don't know. I don't own luxury watches. I don't own luxury watches. I'm not.
You have to raise your ego. Trust me, man.
Sorry, I'm just a minute, guys. I know, but I feel that I'm going to get fucking questioned as to why I haven't got a luxury watch. Why I haven't got a Rolex.
Because you have too many guitars. You have to sell the guitars, get the watch.
I ain't fucking selling me guitars. I've been into guitars.
I'm selling my guitar.
Years.
Guys, I'm selling my guitar. If anybody's interested.
You've got a guitar.
Are you interested in buying a guitar? Yes, I do.
Well, what is it?
God, if I know. It's a good one. What's the good brand?
It's a good one. Fuck me.
What's the good brand? Just say it. Just
Gibson. Gibson.
Yeah, that's
Fender.
what I got. Yeah, that's exactly what I've got. There you go.
Gibson.
It's like the Rolex of guitars.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, anyhow, I've been into guitars for 20 odd years, and I'm not getting rid of my guitars. That's simple as that. So if I want a luxury watch, I'll just have to save up a bit more. If I sold me cameras,
you can't.
Well, me, I love guitars. I can play guitar. I think it's an art being played guitar. Not wearing a wrist on your wrist, wearing a watch on your wrist isn't an art, is it? Playing guitar is an art.
Be right back.
So, if I sell all my guitars, all my cameras, all my vinyl, my expensive record player, I could afford a luxury watch, but that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, but listen, just go on Archie's channel. It's not. You're not. Just be yourself.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna post
yourself. I know. I will be doing after.
Good luck
after Christmas. Though,
he said I'm hopping on.
It's gonna be Alex. It's got to be a Friday or Saturday night, so I'm not working or doing something. I've already said
happy holidays, everyone. Take care. Be good.
See you,
Merry
Christmas.
See you, man.
Happy holidays, everyone. Take care.
You too.
Take care.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, Alex. So it'll be after Christmas, I said, on a Friday or a Saturday or a bank holiday or something, when I can actually stay for a couple of hours, 2-3 hours, you know.
Just be
Brian,
yourself,
today,
you know.
Tim, have you enrolled in the Casey Neistat online course? Not yet. I'm gonna do it later today. Was waiting for a few more super chats to come in. If anybody wants to contribute towards my Casey Neistat class, super chat now.
I don't know, Tim. I just a quick word of Diego a minute. Because I saw him getting.
Here, I'll put you
rinsed
next to
last
him.
night.
There you go.
I saw Diego getting rinsed last night when he just happened to mention about a nice watch that he saw somewhere, and I saw that, and his comment was completely taken out of fucking context, and he got a fucking rinsing for 20 minutes, and I thought, fucking hell, really? Seriously, it was pretty fucking brutal.
The Chili Badger, guys, 5 months member, super chat. He will pat you on the head and say, "Good snake, good snake." Oh, we got Paul Thorpe, 20 pound super chat.
Hey, Paul.
Wow, Paul. Merry Christmas, Tim.
Merry Christmas,
Paul.
Merry
Sorry that
Christmas.
I missed last 2 live streams he was doing. I'm definitely coming for the Christmas special, guys. If you're not on Paul's, you make sure you subscribe to Paul Thorpe first, and he's doing a Christmas special. I'm gonna be joining, guys. It's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I can't wait. I haven't done a live stream with him in a while, so it's gonna be great, guys. Paul is a true gentleman. Can't wait for the London Watch Show as well to catch up. And man, I'm really excited for when is the next Paul Thorpe Brighton Watch Show. My wife wants to go, and I am thinking, oh man, that's a great opportunity to go to Brighton again. Bring the wife and explore the city even more. Not just spend one day, but a little bit more than that. Great stuff. Sorry, T and Tickers, you were saying?
Yeah. I was kind of finished. I was talking about Diego. Diego got a bit of a rinsing last night. Diego.
Yes, Diego. Wait, where did Diego go? Diego, how did you like the? Did you get rinsed yesterday on Archie's show?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
Cool.
What's the word? I think it was innocent. Really, Archie was in a bad mood. He was just looking for something to rag on somebody on. I mean, I didn't really care.
Oh.
I'd mentioned that I got went to the AD, and she got a new white gold on Oyster Flex as her own personal watch, and I said, don't forget that's the one I want. And then she asked me, well, would you like one with I think either yellow or rose gold black dial with diamond markers? And I said, why? You got one in the back? And she said, yeah. And I said, not really. It's not. And the whole point of me telling Archie this was they have this watch in the back. Apparently nobody wanted it. And he took it as, how the fuck can you afford that? And he got really upset. But I thought it was funny.
Well, if you guys are looking to trigger Archie, talking about wealth or Archie's lack of wealth is the way to do it.
Yeah, that wasn't my angle at all, and he kind of just took it. He
took it out of context.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. And I got a big bashing about my financials and what I should be spending money on.
I got pulled apart about that.
And all that good stuff. So that's okay.
How to trigger Archie? Be a young, handsome, rich guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Triggered.
Without a YouTube shtick.
Yeah. No, it was funny. I think tonight should be a good show, Tim.
Oh, I'm excited.
Pretty good.
I am excited. This is going to be probably one of my best appearances, I think.
You need to come in a costume. You need to have a cape and sunglasses and a hat and act like you're hungover and
Don't you have a Santa hat, Tim?
Wait, I think I got something better. 1 second.
Yeah, let's see what you got.
I need one more subscriber, guys. Hit the 500. One more for anyone on the panel. Diego, are you subscribed to my channel?
No, I don't subscribe to any channels really.
Oh, not at all. All right. Thank you.
I just do the search bar and find what I want.
What do you think about this hat?
Why doesn't Paul jump on? Paul can jump on for a few minutes, right?
Should be 500 now.
I think he's in bed. If he's not in bed, wait, what time is it over there? I'll drop the link.
It's like 1 a.m. Oh, that's a great. Hey, that hat with the Bernie sticker in the back, classic.
Perfect, right? I wear many hats.
Yeah.
Or this hat.
I like that hat.
Or this hat. What do you think?
If you wear those, it's on. It'll be great.
Yeah, you know, those bunny ears trigger Archie to the same degree like Diego with his new watch.
I didn't get the watch though. I just,
Yeah, Paul's like, I'm in bed, guys. You seriously?
Yeah.
We don't have to see you. We can just hear you.
Finchy, this tonight is the night to go on, TN Takers. Spotlight won't be on you. Yes. Actually,
I can't because I'm going out. I did say that. Archie knows I can't make it tonight. He knows that.
Oh yeah. You're driving tomorrow, right?
I'm driving early on tomorrow. It's been planned for ages.
You know what they told the troops before they jumped into D-Day? On
What
June
did they
5th?
say?
They said tonight is the night of nights.
Ooh.
Pretty deep.
Yeah, man. Takers, maybe this is great opportunity. Good, Mike the Snakes. Welcome to the show, Mike.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, Mike.
How's it going, man?
Hey.
Besides him, I don't want to take the spotlight off you, mate. You're gonna get grilling, aren't you? you just want me to take the grilling off you, don't you? That's all it is.
No.
I think actually,
I'd like a chance to straighten out.
Hello.
I'd like a chance to straighten out what some of the discussion that happened last night.
Ooh.
What happened?
Hold on a sec.
You were part of the discussion, Tim, so you better open your ears, mate.
Well, I think it was my comments that started a bit of it, and I commented. I was and you know, Tim, I love you, and I love your streams, and but what I commented on, and I try not to ever say anything negative, but what I commented on was that I see a trend in Tim's streams lately in that he's drinking a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I also said, somebody mentioned about the stream last night, and I said, "Oh yeah, I saw the part where he integrated with that couple." And
integrated. Love it, integrated. What a great word.
Yeah, well, that's not the right word. I don't know.
Fuck me, Dad. Let's go for some integration.
Man, it sounds like I had a threesome. It sounds like it was a better night than it was.
But I mean, it was all in good fun. It was all in good fun. Okay, everybody was smiling. Everybody was happy. There was no harm done. Okay, there was nothing
That's
negative.
All that matters, man.
Okay, but what I could see was it was a first date. And I kind of put myself in the guy's shoes, and I know the guy wasn't really feeling it, but he was a nice guy, so he kind of went with it. Okay, and all I said was that if that were my first date and I were out with the girl I'd been hunting after for 6 months, and I finally got a first date in, and somebody had come up.
He said he would have beat the shit out of you, Tim.
No, I didn't. I just said that I
probably deserved a good beating there.
Well, no, I just said that things would have gone differently. I would have probably stopped it. I would have said, "Yo, man, hey, nice camera, please exit." something to that effect.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been the nice guy that guy was and just let it go on for 10 minutes.
It's very
because,
nice.
And that's all I said. Okay, I didn't say
And
anything
you don't have to explain
negative.
yourself, Mike.
Well,
I don't know if you watched my show.
No, the thing is that people took that and ran with it. Okay, they ran with it, and so I just wanted to explain myself because I love you, Tim, and
So
and
good, man.
I don't want to say I don't want.
You know I love you, Mike. You know I love you. By the way, Mike, cars. We're planning a Napa Valley meetup. Are you near that area?
Oh, yes, I am near Napa. I'll be there.
Boom. That's what
I'll
we
be
want to
there.
know. That you're gonna be there.
I'll be there. You say the date. I'll be there.
But Mike, don't bring your first date with you because Tim
No.
will go in between.
I don't know any girls anyways. I'm hunkered down in my house. And my dogs, I don't let them in my car because they're white and my interior is black. But anyways, Tim, I just wanted to say I love you, man. And all I did was state observations. Okay, I stated my mind and I stated what I would have done in that situation, and it would have been different than what that gentleman did.
I'm really glad that gentleman did not beat me senseless, which is probably I don't want to say was deserved, but hey, man, I
don't think it was deserved,
cool.
but it could have gone. It could have gone 1,000 different ways.
Could have,
right?
yeah. That's why I said, Mike. It scared me. I got so lucky. Do you understand?
Well, later on,
lucky.
I didn't see the last part of your video.
Well,
That's where I hear things got kind of like crazy. Yeah, I clicked off and I missed that whole part. I caught the part where you were in the restaurant with the couple, and then I clicked out. And I made a couple comments on those two facts, and then they were observations. They weren't. I wasn't stating anything negative towards you, and they were just observations. And I just want to make that be known. People accuse me.
I love you, Mike, but we got to teach you how to use periods in your sentences and give people time to respond.
The fact.
What's that, Diego?
I said I love you. I love you, but we got to teach you how to use periods in your sentences. You just had like a 15-minute sentence.
You're right. Okay, I'll work on it.
You gotta just slow down a little and let people have a conversation.
Okay.
One thing that I'm worried about. That's not so much. Ian, Alex, do you ever get any watches with fusee chain in for repair?
No, I don't because it's not something I repair. Yeah, that's not something I do. I just do more Swiss lever escapement or coaxial escapements, but I don't do fuses, to be honest.
Alex, we have another question for our friend Tian Tickers, because Tian Tickers purchased a 400 British pounds Chinese tourbillon, and I told him not to put too much hope into that. So, what is your opinion about that?
What's my opinion? Well, first of all, they're not tourbillons; they're copies. So they are a load of rubbish.
It moves like a tourbillon, though. That's what I mean. What do you mean it copies? It's not an open heart thing. It moves like a tourbillon.
Yeah, it moves like a tourbillon, but it's not a tourbillon. It looks, it's an imitation of a tourbillon. It's not an actual tourbillon.
Wow.
It's not a
why is that?
tourbillon.
Don't mind me asking. Why is that? I need to know, just as a matter of interest. Why is it talk to me?
Because the tourbillon is, the way a tourbillon works is no way a Chinese one works. So first of all, the Chinese ones are poor quality. The positions as well, timekeeping is awful. They're not reliable. They're also very extremely cheap. If anything breaks on them, you're a bit screwed. And it's not a genuine tourbillon. So don't be fooled by these companies that make these watches for for £200, £300, £400, claim they're tourbillons. They're not. And I think there's a legality involved as well by them calling them tourbillons, as far as I know. I know Invicta, no, not Invicta, sorry. There's another company
Aventi?
Aventi, yes, sorry. Apparently they're stating that their tourbillons now are Swiss made. I don't know, I've not seen them, the newer ones, but don't forget, it's a play on words, the Swiss made part. Only
well, from my understanding, actually,
Swiss.
I'm gonna try. I have a gentleman who has purchased a number of Aventi watches, and he explained that they started in one of the Asian countries. I'm not sure exactly which one, but now they moved to Switzerland, and now they're actually making tourbillons in Switzerland. Now they did not used to do that all the time, but I will have. Well, he's trying to get the representative of the brand to come onto the show, and it would be really cool to maybe if they could, I'm hoping that they'll be able to send me a sample, because I'm actually very interested in this brand.
Tickers, can you please post a link to this particular watch that you're getting in the comments so that we can pull that up?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Is it a hammering, or is it or is he getting the Aventi, or is some completely different?
Chinese.
Physically, it is a tourbillon. I mean, in the fact that it's got the same function and parts and pieces all working in the same manner, but I think whoever made the other point was that it's not real, is in just that it's such a complete, low quality fake that it can't be considered in the same level.
Yeah. So if the Chinese made a Ferrari, this would be it.
Yeah, it's like a Fiero with a Ferrari body kit on it or something. It's not the real deal for sure.
So it's a company called PTS that was making the movements for Invicta. Now Invicta has gone in-house, and they're charging a whopping $12,500 for their supposed in-house tourbillon movements, which I just want to say, apparently the AP concept. The person that made this tourbillon was also the same person that helped make the AP concept and 3 Richard Millets. I don't know if that's true.
If it's shit, I can always cancel it. I've got like 2 weeks to cancel. 14 days.
A huge step up for. Sorry, I'm 14 sorry.
Days. 14 days. Long distance regulations to cancel it if I want to. So I can always cancel it.
Okay, that is good to hear.
Well, that's what it is. It's called. Yeah. Bear with me. Put it in the private chat.
Personally, I do not see this watch being worth that much, considering Tag Heuer make a tourbillon, which is a real tourbillon, which is really Swiss, which is about I don't know. I think you can get them like discounted for like 15 grand. 12 grand. That's a watch I'd rather have than this personally. But in all fairness, I haven't physically seen the watch in person. I'm just going off what I've seen of their others, their Chinese tourbillons.
Let's pull it up.
Just really quick, Paul Thorpe says that he will get me in touch with the Aventi guy. When he says they're nice people and he wishes them all the success, I'll tell you.
That watch looks really interesting.
That's what the Watch Guy Inc. says. Now, what is this?
I got it cheaper. I got it cheap. I got it cheaper than that. Can we make it bigger? Can we make it bigger?
Unfortunately, not.
Okay. Can you put the link in the private chat? Is that the link in the private chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make it bigger. 1 second. Okay. Let me share the screen, because I can make it full screen. 1 second.
Wow, it's got kind of a crazy one of those dials.
Is it Aventurine?
Aventurine dial, yeah.
Man, all these pictures on these websites, I would be very, very skeptical of.
Well, I've seen reviews on YouTube of one of these. So the bloke ordered one of these, a British guy, and he got one of those.
Yeah.
So he didn't get yeah, he did. Yeah, did the research.
But why would you want one of these if, like, how would you even get that repaired? Like, Alex, would you be able to?
I know. I realize that you couldn't. You sort of like Jonathan's already.
That's
spoke
what
to me
I
about
told
that,
him.
Yeah, I know. He did tell me that, but I read of people who have had them, and a lot of people.
But
said
why
they've had them running for
before
years.
buying this? Why didn't you super chat Timwrite panel and ask like, hey guys, what do you think? Is this a good idea? Is this something that I should do? Why didn't you
for
do
a
that?
novelty item?
Well, $600 novelty item. I mean, that's
people buy
you can get a
$600
decent
novelty
steak.
items all the time.
Yeah, but you can get like a
Tim,
like a
$600. That is one night out in Las Vegas. Only drinks for you.
Or a hell of a nice Seiko. A hell of a nice Seiko. You know.
Yeah. You know, I think I would rather spend $600. Actually, that whole night, I don't think we at the Korean bar and everything. I don't think we spent $600 with everything.
Can we explain to Real McCoy what tourbillon isn't a brand? It's basically a complication that was used during the pocket watches that they then used in wristwatches, which is actually completely pointless, really. And it's not even a good timekeeper. What I was referring to with Ferrari is saying that basically this is a copy of a tourbillon. It's not a true tourbillon. It's like copying a Ferrari. It's not a true Ferrari. Look, all I can say is that if you actually physically went to see a real tourbillon, a real like a Lang & Son tourbillon or a Patek Philippe or even a Tag Heuer, you will look at it with a times 10 times 20 eyeglass and you'll be fascinated by the finish.
I'd imagine,
Don't even dare look at this with a times 10 because it's just shit.
Alex, I would like to have this discussion with you because I don't think a tourbillon is pointless. In my opinion, or as far as I know, a tourbillon gives you a constant error that you're able to regulate out. So why is it pointless?
Well, I shouldn't say pointless. I'll take that back. I mean, as in, it's not as accurate as people think. And especially when the Chinese are copying it, they don't go by accuracy. They go by more of a look. So for you to get a good tourbillon, you'll need to spend some considerable amount of money with a good company to get a real good rate in certain positions. I know what you're saying about it cancels out, but in a wristwatch, it's not a complication that I really admire.
Right.
I prefer complications like big dates,
low base weight.
Well, originally wasn't it introduced to try to increase the accuracy of watches? Originally. But it turned out to not work as planned or as well as things, and maybe not as well on wristwatches, and so it didn't really carry on into wristwatches and stuff, and so we only find them as a kind of an expensive addition to watches.
No. I think Alex has a point. So if you want to benefit from the precision of a tourbillon, you have to have an accurate movement making. So there is no point adding a tourbillon with a crappy movement, with crappy gears and crappy pivots. That's what you're saying, Alex, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, they're basically the Chinese are copying it, but when it comes to timekeeping, amplitude, beat error, power reserve, it goes out the window. It's not that accurate, and then you have the problem: who's going to service it? Then you have the problem where you're going to get the parts. Are you then going to have to buy another complete watch to get the part that you need because they're not going to supply it to you? It is not worth it. You're just going down this rabbit hole. It's best just to look at it and move away. Don't trust me. Don't buy these Chinese shit. I know that's probably quite an aggressive way to say it, but just stick to watches that, first of all, you can buy, you can maintain, and that you can enjoy. You don't want a Chinese tourbillon that costs £600-700, and then if it breaks, you have to send it back to China. No one's going to want to repair it. You know, crap strap. Just stick to a brand that you can afford, and you can, you know, keep going on it.
That is what I told T and Tickers. Basically, when he's out of luck, the tourbillon breaks in 3 weeks. If he's lucky, it breaks in 2 years. But he won't find a watchmaker with a kind of professional pride to repair that, because no true watchmaker is going down that rabbit hole, opening this kind of tourbillon, potentially needing parts or damaging anything, and basically have a base that is not worth working on, because you just fix one error with another.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think Cars and Chronos asked me what's my favorite complication. Can I answer that?
Go for it.
Can I answer it? Yeah. So basically, my favorite complication is the Christopher Claret, where he made a movement that you can play blackjack against. So think about this. He's made a movement that you can literally play blackjack mechanically. There's no quartz circuit board, there's no battery, there's no capacitor. You play blackjack against it. This is phenomenal. This is unbelievable. But no one really talks about this. Everyone's talking about like steel Rolex Daytonas, but I class that as amazing complication, not like complication that Frank Muller did, which was like crazy hours. Who cares about having different numbers on a dial? Okay, it is fascinating how it works, but it's pointless. Okay, maybe blackjack is pointless. However, just think about how many different scenarios it has to be to play blackjack against a mechanical movement.
That sounds crazy.
What's the name of the watch again?
Christophe Claret. Christophe Claret.
Now, Christopher Claret is behind a lot of brands. So he's made quite a lot of different complications and movements. So he now makes his own watches.
Oh, okay.
What's fascinating about our community is how when we routinely spend $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 on watches, if someone sees a watch that he likes and it costs $500, it's a shitter, and you know you're wasting your money. And why can't someone buy a watch because he actually likes it, regardless of whether it's $1,000, $500, or $50? Why does it have to be? Why do people have to look down on it just because it's not your cup of tea?
I know. I don't mean to look down on any watch. OC, can I call you OC?
Please.
I don't mean to look down on any watch. It's just when these companies fake what they're selling, I find that so disheartening, because then it's us watchmakers that have to say, listen, we can't get parts for this because it's Chinese movement. They won't supply
but we know it's kind of a throwaway watch, right?
I'm the real Mike the Snake.
But see, it is a throwaway watch, basically, because no true watchmaker will bother to repair this. Or
it's a watch someone wants to buy because they like the look of it, and it's a inexpensive, nice looking watch that they want to wear when they want to wear it. It doesn't have to be something that is serviceable. It doesn't have to be something that increases in value. It doesn't have to be something that's an incredible brand. Why can't someone just buy a watch because they happen to like it?
I agree with you, but if they knew that they weren't able to service it and it wasn't as reliable and the warranty terms are not great.
Yeah, quite prepared for that. But that's why I didn't pay thousands. That's why I paid about 300 quid, whatever.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Paul. Welcome to the stream.
Good evening. How you doing? You all right?
Good evening.
Tim,
yep.
Tim, I'm going to check out. I'll see you in Archie stream, hopefully, right?
Yep, of course.
Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
See you later.
You got me up. You got me out of bed.
I'm sorry.
This and I'm like, I've got to come on.
Hey,
you missed 2 hours on Timepiece Gentleman.
Thank you so much for hopping on. I was just, I was looking at this Aventi.
Yeah.
with that watch guy Inc. He's apparently he already has like he got 2 in his hands, but he placed order for like 6 Aventi watches, and I believe one of them is this thing, this Ghost. And now you are a bit more familiar with the brand, right?
Yeah, a bit more. I mean, I've met the guys. I like them immensely. They're nice people, and I wish them all the best. I mean, look, I understand. I mean, Alex is a good friend of mine, so we're not going to fall out. We might have a little bit of banter tonight, Alex. But look, you know, it's horses for courses. I mean, look, at the end of the day, everyone starts off somewhere, and the reason that I support these fellas is that I've seen the work, the effort that they've put into getting where they are today. And I'm a bit of a softie. I just wish them all the best. They're nice people.
Yeah.
The Chinese tourbillon, in inverted commas, that I have is okay. I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's like, it's not the best finished watch in the world. You put it under a loop. It's not going to necessarily please me or Alex when I look at it.
Sure.
You know, but this new creation, I mean, you can see the pictures for yourself here. If I was going to criticize their new creation in any way, it would be perhaps that skulls have been a little bit done to death, but it is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And I think I haven't had this one in my hand yet, but knowing the work that's gone in behind it and the money they've spent and the effort they've put in to get this to where it is today, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised.
Now, have you handled Aventi watches? You probably handled Aventi watches before.
Yeah, I own one. Yeah, I own one.
Oh, wow.
But guys, don't you think it's a little bit a knockup of the Richard Mille skeleton? Sorry, the skull,
yeah, of course.
The skull one.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, you could say that Richard Mille is a knockoff of a number of watches that featured a skull before Richard Mille existed. So,
yeah,
you know, who owns the right to put a skull on their watch? You know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of, I mean, Hublot are accused of ripping off Richard Mille, but Hublot were making watches before Richard Mille. So,
right. The thing is with this, with, for example, like a brand like this versus what Teen Tickers did by going out and getting that no brand tourbillon, is that if something happens to that watch, he's screwed. Whereas a brand like this, they stand behind their product.
Well, that is the proof of the pudding, isn't it? Alex is absolutely right when he says that he's not going to want to work on it, and I understand that. And I understand the reasons why, because he's not necessarily going to get the parts that he needs. But these guys, to me, having met them, I mean, one of them flew in from Australia to see me. Wow. That's a long way to come, just to come and see me and to talk about his brand and what they're doing and their ambitions. And I respected that.
Yeah.
And as you know, I love a statement piece, and that watch, I'll put my cards on the table. If that watch looks as good in the flesh as it does in the pictures, I'll probably be buying one.
Wow. What's the retail for this thing?
I think it's about, was it about 12 grand or something?
I think
it is. Yeah, it's about 12,000 sterling. Wait a minute, I'll tell you now. I've got the price here somewhere because my business partner was asking me about it. He didn't like my answer.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So can I ask, Alex, is this a proper tourbillon? Like you said, the one I'm getting, the shitter, isn't a proper tourbillon. Is this not proper tourbillon?
Wait a minute, it's 12,500 USD. 12,500 USD. I don't know because I know the previous ones what they were. I don't know what this one is. But
and were the previous ones proper tourbillons?
No.
No. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Look, I don't, for that sort of money, I don't expect a proper, in inverted commas, tourbillon. I mean, look.
Well, even at 12 grand, fuck me dead. Are they that expensive?
No, look, listen, look. For me, there's two types of watch people, aren't there? There's people that are really hung up on the engines, and there's people that are really hung up on the bodywork. and I'm more hung up on the bodywork than the engine myself. Even with my cars, I'm exactly the same. I don't, you know, I've got no use for a car that does 180 mile an hour on a road where the speed limit's 50. You know,
it's got to look good. Yeah,
it's got to look good.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is going to be like this: does the Tag Heuer have a proper tourbillon? That one that they released?
Yes. Yeah.
So
Tag
that
Heuer
is
make
the
a proper
cheapest.
tourbillon.
So that is the cheapest real tourbillon in the market.
Yeah, for as in if you're buying retail, I believe it is, but obviously you can get them on discount, and it is a beautiful tourbillon. It is stunning.
What's the compromise there? There's got to be something. There's got to be some kind of compromise on the Tag Heuer tourbillon as well.
I wouldn't say it's a compromise, but you can imagine from what I've seen, it's like the coaxial escapement. They bolted on the tourbillon onto one of their Heuer 02 movements, which is just a fantastic movement anyway. I won't call it a compromise, but you'll be able to get access to parts and you'll be able to warranty the work, and you can give it to somebody that actually works on watches. However, there's not many watchmakers in the UK that are willing to work on tourbillons, so that will probably go back to Tag Heuer, and they may have to send it off to Switzerland.
How much is that? I can't see the price on it. It's too small.
Well, this one is sold.
20.
See, when I look at that compared to the Aventi, I know which one I'll be wearing.
You'll be wearing the Aventi, won't you, Paul?
100%.
Yeah, I know you.
Yeah, this
one. Well, look, let me ask the panel a question, right? You go down to your local bar, and you're wearing that tag and you're wearing that Aventi. Which one is going to grab the attention of the people in the bar?
Aventi, of course it is. Of course it is. I discussed something like that last night. There's a blonde pun that's got the dive watch that's got a tourbillon on it. What's the point? I don't think they go together. They don't go together. I don't think dive watches and tourbillons at all.
Oh yeah, ridiculous.
Definitely. Like this, I don't think this goes together. It's not that kind of
and
watch.
Listen, I mean, with the way Aventi is playing the watch game, this 12. I mean, that's if you buy it retail, that's going to be 12,000. By all predictions, this is going to go over retail on the secondary market. This is not something that will be easy to get. Whereas this Tag Heuer kind of tanks a little bit. It's actually quite a lot on the secondary. And it's not that impressive, I gotta be honest. It's
you're picking the wrong one. They do one on stainless steel bracelet. That one's on a rubber.
Yeah,
okay. There's one. It's much more expensive.
Thank you,
19,000. Okay.
Listen. Look, I'm going from.
It's a kind of a, you know what? It's a sad looking tourbillon.
I'm going from an hour.
When did you get your sponsorship deal through? With Tag.
Well, with Tag. Oh, I've had it for years, Paul. I just thought I'd tell you now.
So can I jump into the question? Because obviously this...
No, Alex, they have one with the skeleton face and the tourbillon. That look cool. Not the... I think your team in purpose picked the worst out there.
Maldives, £4.49. Tim, would you go to a dentist wearing an Aventi? If I was getting grills put in, definitely I would go with the Aventi guy.
Yeah, because or getting a tattoo. Tag Heuer. You put the most ugly one. They put the skeleton face. They have a skeleton face with the tourbillon.
What? Tag Heuer?
Tag. Yeah.
There's one with the skeleton? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, all of these tourbillons, they kind of look
we have a very interesting comment by Mr. Zozo.
Mr. Zozo, I have a Chinese tourbillon that has worked flawlessly for 13 years. No service. Very impressive. Wow.
No, T and Tickers, I didn't bring up that topic to slam you down. I was just
I know,
genuinely...
mate. I know that.
Yeah.
It's a good choice. Yeah,
Don't get me wrong. I was not. I was not negative. I was just curious what Alex is thinking about.
Yeah, I know that. It's just a few £100. I could fancy throwing away.
Can I ask a question to the panel? Because this when I think of the Aventi, when I look at the Aventi, it's obviously someone they're targeting the Richard Mille customer, but the more affordable entry level, someone who can't afford the look of a someone who can't afford a Richard Mille, but wants the look of something outrageous and big like that. So if you were to take Aventi out of the equation, what would be an actual Richard Mille, one or two actual alternatives? Because Richard Milles are so expensive, so difficult to get. What would be some actual choices, under $20,000?
Look, this here, the answer. Here, the answer. Look in this tag. Look in this tag. Look at that. Skeleton.
Yeah, but tag is too traditional in the design. If you would have mentioned 50,000, I would have said Uhrwerk would be an alternative.
Ooh. Who?
Uhrwerk.
I think JLC make a tourbillon around the, is it 40 or 50,000?
Yeah, but that is also a traditional
something with
case.
a big, oversized tonneau kind of shape.
Look, I think trying to get a cheap tourbillon, you fall in the category of it being cheaply built. Do you understand what I mean? You automatically fall in a generic sort of look of a tourbillon.
I think the question was not for a tourbillon; it was just for this
outrageous
prominent case shape.
Sorry.
Tonneau, Richard Mille kind of look.
Right. Frank Muller and Hublot. Frank Muller and Hublot.
Yeah.
Roger Dubuis.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look at the Uhrwerk and the Aventi, they both got that crown at 12. Very similar kind of design language.
Yeah, even the old Uhrwerk UR103 is very similar to it because it has that.
The tourbillon itself is not. It doesn't attract me, so it is not like for me the wow. The wow is the tourbillon carousel, the one that actually turned completely from all the completely carousel. That one is absolutely stunning.
Roger Dubuis.
Roger Dubuis is very outrageous.
It's like a 360 completely turned all over. It's like in a boneless situation. It's amazing.
But they're not cheap. They're not
Alex,
cheap.
this is more complicated a carousel, right? I mean, to make the whole thing completely move.
Which brand is the most prestigious?
What was that, Marcelo?
Community.
Say that again, sorry.
Like a tourbillon carousel, like completely turning everything all over around, like an illustrated ball. I think this is the most complicated tourbillon to do, right?
Yes. If you're doing it in-house, or even if you're subcontracting it in Switzerland, it's extremely expensive. I think a company called the McGonigal Brothers, Irish brand, they do tourbillons and they charge extreme amounts of money. You won't be paying peanuts, that's for sure.
And how much does this one go for? This 103.
You can get it used for around 40,000.
That's pretty.
This is good.
It's not in production anymore.
And someone says the Frank Muller Vanguard skeleton.
Yeah, Faye's right. She's right to say that. Yeah.
But you can get Aventi for $2,000. Like their cheapest ones are $2,000. That's if you can get those.
Who work for me are more like MB&F.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Good call, Paul, on that one.
That's why.
No, the Aventi tourbillon looked to me like a kind of an open heart. I mean, illustrated open heart.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you one thing, guys. Right, of all the watches I've ever worn, I can honestly say that. And look, I'm not financed or backed or sponsored by Aventi. I don't get a penny from those guys. But I'll tell you something now. That Aventi that I worn in the past, every time I wear it, gets more attention from women than any other watch that I've ever worn. And you're not going to tell me.
One now. I'm going to go buy one tomorrow then.
I was just going to say, right, tell me a guy that doesn't appreciate that and I'll show you a liar.
Of course, but you know what? Let me tell you another thing, Paul. If you wear a Panerai 57 millimeter in your hand, you're also going to pull attention like hell.
Yeah.
That's true.
Look at this. See, it's 2,000 introductory price point. That's pretty neat. I don't know.
Look,
there's a pink one.
They are, how can I say, for £2,000, you can't for £2,000 on the market for watches, you can't really get anything that is flash for cash. Can you say that? You know, that is all flash. And I suppose if you want a bit of flash, then, you know, this is like Paul says, you know, it's a standout watch, isn't it? But I just don't appreciate when certain brands put this tourbillon thing about, you know, saying that it's a true tourbillon. And that's what I just don't appreciate. But I'm not dissing the brand. I'm just talking from a watchmaker. If I wasn't a watchmaker, I'm sure I would like it and appreciate it. But as a watchmaker, I'm just going from experience that I have. Doesn't mean I'm 100% right, but it's just an opinion. I don't want to discredit anyone in the industry, but that's just an opinion.
And you know something, Alex, sorry guys, I just want to make, you know, like I said a minute ago, look, I'm not being paid by those guys. I'm just saying it as I see it. And for like 2,000, look, that's not £2,000, Alex, that's $2,000. So that's what, about 1,700 quid. Show me another watch that can offer you that look for 1,700 quid. And by the way, if you spend 1,700 quid on most other brands, the moment you walk out the door, that watch is worth a fraction of that 1,700 quid.
Right.
With these, right. To be fair, the one or two that I've seen pass hands pre-owned have actually been like people have had their money back, and I think that's I think that's good for a watch that retails for like £1,700 because, like I say, if you go and buy anything else for 1,700 quid, you know for a fact the moment you try and sell it, you're going to be offered what, 400-500.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is some crazy people that are putting them on for like 3, 4, 5, 6 times as much on Chrono 24 and giving an artificial market on the pre-owned of this watch, which you and I know, Paul, is easily done. Doesn't necessarily mean that watch is worth that much, but for the amount this watch is, if you were to buy a pre-owned watch at that price, you're then probably going to have to. Well, first of all, it's probably not going to be a fantastic watch, and you might have to pay to get it serviced and polished, etc. So you're already upping, you know, the money you're putting into it. So I suppose, at that value, it's an okay watch, but it's just important that people know what they're buying.
Absolutely, you know, I agree with that. Talking about artificial prices, I mean, you know, you show me an event and I'll raise you an Oyster Perpetual 41 with a turquoise dial.
Exactly.
But here is the thing. Paul has said about $2,000, you cannot get better. And you know what? In this case, I agree with Paul. But here is the thing. They upgrade pieces that I think the most expensive piece, I think, is $12,000 or something like that. And in that case, it's starting to be wrong because then you feel safe. This is a very safe bet for $2,000, but I want a little bit better. I want a little bit more special. Okay, let me take the $12,000 piece. And then you screw.
Look, that's a. If you're paying, look, the $12,000 mark on this watch, people are going to start thinking, no, I'm going to go and buy a Rolex, or I'm going to go and buy this brand. I think $12,000 is a bit of to put $12,000 in that watch. I think isn't a great idea. Okay, the 1,700 is.
You're laughing, but it goes like that because they go up and up and up and up, and you fall into that brand regarding what we all say in the beginning. And we always know how we do shopping. We go, okay, I'm going to spend this X money on something, and in the end, you spend more. You see, this is a little bit more beautiful, but it costs 500 quid more, and this is a little bit better, only $1,000 more. And in the end of the day, you get out of the shop with a $10,000-12,000 watch. And then you're thinking, oh, shit, Paul said it's a good watch for $2,000. He didn't say for 12. You know, like
this is where I kind of feel sorry for the guys, because like at first they were criticized for making a watch that had a Chinese movement. And now they're making a watch with a Swiss movement, and they're still getting criticised that it might be too expensive. So somewhere along the line, the watches have either got to stand or fall on their own. You know, people have got to look at these for themselves and make their own mind up.
Yeah, but the segment in which they compete is very important. When you're in the $2,000 to $4,000 price segment, there's not a lot of great sports or professional watch options in the $2,000 to $4,000 watch. I mean, you have Tag Heuer, but what else do you really have in that segment? Just out to the panel.
Well, you know what? G-Shocks are creeping up. G-Shocks have been creeping up. They're making $2,000 G-Shocks. You know, there's some interesting
once
stuff.
You go past 4,000, you start getting into Tudor, Omega territory. Now you're comparing the Aventi to an Omega, Aventi to a Tudor, or even more expensive watches. Then it gets much more dicey and complicated for them.
I would love to handle one, so it's hard to say, at this point. But the only reason I brought this up is because Tea and Tickers bought a Tourbillon that I thought was total waste of money. No brand, no nothing, just garbage. And I thought, listen, man, maybe you should have paid more and get something that at least there's at least few people that other people in the community talk very highly of, That's why I brought this up.
On.
Yeah, and we're wrapping up. We had a 4-hour show. I want to thank everyone for coming on to the live stream. Paul, thank you so much for jumping on. Oshin for being earlier here.
Good to hear from you, Paul.
Take care, Alex. I'll speak to you. Alex, I'll speak to you maybe tomorrow anyway.
All right, nice one.
Yep. And Paul, I'll see you at the Christmas special. Definitely coming. I'm back home, so I'm
Thank you.
Streaming.
Lovely to see you all, guys. Have a great Christmas.
All right.
Yes.
Guys, Happy Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Guys, make sure to hit that upvote button before you leave. And keep watching and keep wearing your wristwatches. All right, bye, everybody.